Yes. Oh man, day two is here. I've never done a day two before, so I'm really excited about it. Day one was wild. Day one was absolutely wild. So I'm really expecting day two to be a lot of fun. Um, I was expecting to have Keaton and Gooch join me. I don't know where Gooch is MIA. Keaton said he had a prior engagement. He has a date with triplets, and this time he says he knows for a fact two of them are girls this time, so he's excited about that. Won't be able to join us today. Gooch hopefully will be coming in any moment. So. But I was going to go early because I wanted to go over some pros and cons, things I liked, things I didn't like about the day one. I was going to go over our winners and losers. Perry, man, it's always good to see you, brother. Always good to see you, brother. I think Kansas City got to deal with some. Yeah, I think they're a team that definitely won. I was going to go over some winners and losers before the draft actually starts. My first winner is going to be the team, one of the two teams that didn't draft, and that was the Los Angeles Rams. They got pick number 46, which I think is going to be fantastic. A number one pick next year, Matthew Stafford. He was trade bait, and then you sign him to a 2-year deal. Well, I think next year the Rams are in a great position to draft themselves a quarterback. Plus, you have 2 picks in round 2. So I think that's just really going to work out really, really well for the Los Angeles Rams. One Pride, what's up, brother? Yeah, I'm going to tell you this right now. Day one losers, I'm going to say it's the Detroit Lions. You had a really good opportunity to take. You guys are nailing it here in the chat, man. The green free fall has to be concerning. Donovan E was available. Mike Green was available. This is an extremely deep defensive tackle draft, and instead of going ahead and getting a defensive tackle later and getting your edge rusher now, which I thought edge rusher was much more important for the Detroit Lions. Your top 3 edge rushers, you have Aiden Hutchinson, who's coming off an injury, Davenport, who's never been able to stay healthy, your former 7th round pick who came out of nowhere. I just drew a complete blank on his name. Just drew a complete blank on a poor kid's name. I'm looking it up right now. Like I said, I'm just it's not even listed on here. I'm using our lads, and his name's not even listed on here. Or maybe he's listed as a linebacker. That's wow. Who's the other guy? I'm trying to think of what his name is, and I'm just drawing a complete blank here. I'm looking on looking on our lads, and I can't even find his name on here. But anyhow, your top 3 edge rushers all got some sort of injury issues one way or another, and I would have really, really liked it if the Lions would have gone edge rusher round 1 and defensive tackle in round 2. So not entirely. He said we are done with Martin. They're done with Martin. Are you talking Marcus Davenport? Slasher, welcome, brother, man. Tyreek Williams' game is very reminiscent of Jordan Davis to me. I don't think he's quite in that category. I was a huge Jordan Davis fan when he came out. I think his game was significantly better, but I liked Williams. Don't get me wrong. It's just that edge rusher, I think, was a much better or a much bigger concern for the Detroit Lions. And when I looked at Donovan E, that was my first choice. But Mike Green, I'm not mad at Detroit for passing on Mike Green. You know, they may have talked to him and maybe they just didn't like him. Maybe they just thought, hey, here's a guy that is just not, you know, we're maybe he's not sorry. Maybe he wanted to play victim. I don't know. But I think Donovan E was a better prospect, and I thought it was a more pressing need. That was something that really bothered me. Perry says Philly is a winner. The Browns for trading down and the pick for Mason G. He will free up Myles Garrett. I think Philly is a winner. I really do. They got a guy in Jod Campbell. I literally had him originally going to the Saints. Then I thought, well, maybe he'll slide a little bit to Tampa. But here's a dude who could be an edge rusher. He can be a linebacker, very similar to Zach Bond if you want to play him in the inside linebacker. I just absolutely like Jod Campbell. He wasn't a fit for Kansas City. You give up a 5. That's not bad. I mean, you know, this is a guy who can contribute immediately. May not even be a day one starter. But he'll contribute immediately. He'll be impactful, and he'll be a really, really good player. I really like what Philly did. The Browns. I like the Browns because here's the deal: you get a first round pick in next year's draft, and if Jacksonville ends up being a bad team again, then who knows what's going to happen. But, I really think that Cleveland did a really good job. I think Cleveland really did a good job. Yeah. At Slasher, I think Campbell will be better play in the long term. Campbell has a massive ceiling. I really do. I don't know if he'll start, but that's not what Philly does. They like drafting guys to play in a year or two. But I absolutely love that pick. It was one of my favorite picks in the draft. I think Philly did a good job. I was thinking the Chiefs would go defensive tackle, but going with Simmons in round 1 plus getting a 5th round pick, that's a good move. The 3rd round project defensive tackle took 2 seasons ago. Oh, that's right. And you're just moving on from him. Broderick Martin, that's who I'm sorry, I forgot about him, the kid out of Western Kentucky. I actually really liked that pick at the time, but if you're not going to, if there's nothing there, then there's nothing there. I love the Jihad pick, Perry. Hope he works out. They're looking to use him like Micah Parsons. I really like him. Yeah, I think he's more like a Zach Bond, to be honest with you, but he can rush the passer. I thought he was like a Zach Bond, but I thought he could rush the passer. So I really, really, really like that pick quite a bit. I think he got a great player, Slasher. Really think he got a great player. I agree, though. Dan Lyon should have won edge rusher. It was a bad one. Yeah, they really should have. Mike Green would have been good. You could have gone Donovan E. That would have been good. I don't think you need a corner, but Will Campbell I think would have been better. This draft is full of defensive tackles, and your more pressing need was edge rusher, and you had some really, 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 really good ones. At Slasher and those, I agree completely. Yeah, Alfred Collins, C.J. Sanders out there to be. I like Darius Alexander out of Toledo. It's a small school prospect. He's a really, really, really good player. I'm drawing up. There's Alfred Collins, the guy from Florida State. I'm drawing a blank on that guy's name completely, but yeah. ESPN has taken JTT edge rusher out. That would be a good move. I would really like that. I would really like that. Another team I thought was a winner was the Atlanta Falcons. How they double dipped on the front seven. You lose Grady Jarrett in free agency, then you go ahead and you come back and you get Walter Nolan, and then you come back and you solidify that pass rush with James Pierce, a guy I absolutely love. That would be a good pick too. I tore his labrum too, Dan, but he had surgery, Jihad. I think it might take it slow with him. Eagles don't draft guys to play year one. They draft guys more for year two. So I'm not too concerned. I'm really not too concerned. So the other guy they got out of Georgia, I'm trying to think, number 17. I'm drawing a complete blank on the guy's name. He just hasn't been able to stay healthy on a consistent basis. Really good player when he plays. So getting a guy like Campbell coming in there, I don't think is a bad deal at all. The Falcons are a push. Walker's a good pick. Yeah, the trade. I got the details right in front of me. They gave the Rams quite a bit. That's why I think the Rams, I also give Houston some credit too. I like what they did trade wise. They get an extra third for next year, plus dropping down to 34. That's not bad at all. I would give the Falcons a good grade, but they did give up quite a bit. I think they'll give up quite a bit. I see Holmes going to O-line or Johnson if he falls to 60. Absolutely. I think both of the things are weird. It's weird because Mike Green has no open cases, but the thing is he has multiple allegations. So I guess it's a risk it happens again while he's playing on the team. That is part of it. Teams probably listen. I've always said this. It's always things that you don't see on TV. It's meeting rooms, how he answers that may dictate. He may have rubbed teams the wrong way. Pick number 33 for the Cleveland Browns is in. It will be coming up here shortly. It could be Shadir Sanders. I'm not exactly sure. I was thinking that there's a possibility of a trade here. Houston will pick next at 34. And I really like what they did. They also get a 2026 third-round pick out of their trade with the Giants. I think they did a really good job as well. Really good job just moving down 9 spots, getting an extra third. They also got an extra third, pick number 99 this year. So I think the Watson trouble might push them down. The NFL might make Green miss the games. Actually, no. The NFL player conduct policy only happens once they turn pro. What they did in high school and college is ill material. It doesn't matter. So the NFL will not make him miss any games for what he did in college. If something comes up or he gets any allegations in the pros, the NFL may come down a little harder on him than they would for somebody who doesn't have anything. But I personally think that I thought he would get drafted regardless. And I think that whoever's going to pick him up is going to get a really good player. But again, it may be something we're not sure. So the pick is in. It's kind of a surprise here. It's Carson Schlesinger, a linebacker out of UCLA. So that's the first pick in the second round. Carson Schlesinger. This is a really good pick. This is a guy I was really, really high on. Thought he could have gone in round 1. But instead, the Browns, he'll be the first pick in round 2. So this is a really good pickup for the Cleveland Browns. I really like it. They get 2 really good defensive players. I thought Sanders could have been the pick here. I wouldn't have been mad if it was Sanders. Instead, you decide to go with a guy that's a 3-down linebacker, a really, really good player. He'll match up with JOK. You got some pieces for a really, really good defense. And what I like about it is that you're an offensive-minded coach. Make sure your defense is A+. Look at the division that you're in. So this is a great pick. Perry agrees with me. That's a good pick. The Browns are being smart. Did they get a new GM? LOL. No, but one thing they did do is that the owner came out publicly and said he was the one who made the move for Deshaun Watson. It wasn't the general manager's decision, and he could have thrown the general manager under the bus and blamed him for it, fired him, and made himself go out. But instead, he took responsibility. The Houston Texans waste no time. It's pick number 34. The pick is in. And I was really thinking the Houston Texans, they want to take some time, maybe exercise some trade options, but the pick's in right away. We could see Will Johnson here, which would make a lot of sense, even though I think they're pretty set on corner. Will Johnson could be the pick. I'll be honest, Mike Green would be great in this defense. Nick Emery, even though they're set at safety. Luther Burden could be the guy as well. I mean, you could go in a couple different directions. The Houston Texans traded out of round 1. They had a pick number 25. They traded with the New York Giants and got a second and a third this year and a third next year. I think they clearly won that trade. You get 3 picks for 1, which I really like. And the best part is that they really got worse in the offseason, but they got a lot of draft capital. So it'll be very interesting to see what the Houston Texans will do here. But I'm pretty excited for the Houston Texans, at least draft wise, because I think they just made a really, really, really good decision. I thought it was really smart what they did. Traded down, got 3 picks. You get a third-round pick next year. You can use that this year, by the way. You could go ahead and use that as trade capital if you want to trade up this year. So there's a lot of good things that the Houston Texans can do. So we'll find out here. The players at the podium. This is an interesting pick. I don't love it, but it's not a bad pick. Jaden Higgins, wide receiver out of Iowa State, 6'4", 215. This is a guy very similar to Nico Collins. Ran a 4.47 at the combine. I don't love this pick, but I like it. You got a guy who's really going to help out your young quarterback. I would have gone offensive line, but this is not a bad pick here. Some people were thinking that he could sneak in around 1. I was not one of those people, but I don't hate this pick. I don't exactly love it, but it's not a bad selection here. You get a tall receiver that's really going to help C.J. Stroud. You need help there. I remember when we have a trade. Seattle has already. So all I heard in my sleep is, was this where Sanders goes? I think we got it. I love 2 through 3 rounds. Just find your diamonds in the rough and your absolutely. And we already have a trade here. Seattle is on the clock, and Seattle has traded up here as soon as I get the details on the trade. So, by the way, Perry, the answer is yes. I do expect Kansas City to trade up, and they're banking on his size and ceiling. Absolutely. There's a lot of upside with Jaden Higgins, And so you have Tank Dell, who just seriously, that injury was brutal against Kansas City in the playoffs last year, really affected the game. I don't get me wrong. I think Kansas City would have won that game, but after he went down, the offense was pretty much non-existent. So you get yourself another tall, angular receiver. Keep in mind, Nico Collins, guy I absolutely loved coming out of Michigan. Had some injury issues of himself last year. They lost Diggs in the offseason, but it's not a bad pick. I don't love it. But, I mean, he's somebody who's going to be impactful day one. I mean, day one pick there. So, but let me see here if I can find this out here. Seattle was picking 52. So they're going to trade up with the Tennessee Titans at 35. As soon as I get information on here, we'll find out here. Wait a minute, that's not right. Let's see here. Seattle was picking. See, they have 52. I thought they had 2 second-round picks. I thought they had 2 second-round picks, but I could be wrong here. But they traded up. I thought Seattle could have traded up in round one, but Zabel's not a bad pick. You got to protect Sam Darnold. Do you think Houston may go running back in round 3? They could. They could. I mean, Mixon had a really good year, but I mean, he's older. I mean, he had a really, really, really good year. Houston could go running back. This running back draft is loaded, by the way. So they had 50 and 52. Is that what it was? They had 50 and 52? Yeah, that's right. They had 50 and 52. Okay. All right. I think we're going to see Will Campbell come off the board here. That's kind of what I'm seeing. I think it's going to be Will Campbell. So here's the details of the trade here. The Tennessee Titans, good move for the Titans. They're going to get picks 52 and 82, and then Seattle's going to get 35. So that's a trade. Good move for I think both teams. I think we're going to see Will Campbell off the board here. Hold on here. Bear with me here. Okay. I think Houston wants to get CJ the weapons. Yeah, they got the good one. I liked Luther Burden better. I think he would have been a better pick, but I understand you want to go with the height speed combo. I'm not mad at that at all. Not mad at that at all. But I thought Luther Burden might have been a better selection personally. I really liked Luther Burden. After his junior year, there's talk about him going like top 5. So I heard Will Johnson might have arthritis is in knee. DK, don't know how true that is. Yeah, there's some rumors that there's a lot of health issues with Will Johnson, but I think that's the reason why you trade up here. He had to get cartilage taken out of his good knee to help with his bad knee repair. That's never a good sign. If you draft him, you have to be convinced that he's good medically. That's the whole deal. You got to be convinced that he's good medically. Seattle gave up a second and a third. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's a win-win for both teams. Win-win for both teams. So. I think it's a good move. Win-win for both teams. And I'm just kind of curious who Seattle takes here. That's just going to be the big question here. Seattle's a team that they're going through some transition. Younger at quarterback. Is it better? I don't exactly know. We're going to have to wait and see. I was kind of thinking Darnold go somewhere else. If you're not watching the draft on the NFL Network, this is really cool because Richard Sherman is out there, and he looks like he could still play. Richard Sherman, I like him on TV. I'm a big Richard Sherman fan, and he's enjoying himself too. He's enjoying himself on stage, and he should. I'm a huge Richard Sherman fan. It's just a matter of time before he goes into Canton. One of the best I've ever seen play. Big Richard Sherman fan. But yeah, he's taking his time. He's enjoying himself on stage. So the pick is in. This is interesting. I had the right skill set. It's Nick Amarori, the massive safety out of South Carolina. Good pick. I get why you traded up now. It makes a lot of sense. This is a good pickup for them. I was thinking Will Johnson, but Nick Amarori. This is a really, really, really good pick. I would not be surprised if they call him a safety, but he plays more like a linebacker. I wouldn't be surprised they put him in the box quite often. I wouldn't be surprised they ask him to put on some weight and just stay in the front 7. Wouldn't be surprised at all. This was a really, really good pick for I really like this quite a bit. I like this quite a bit. This is why you trade up, is you want to get a guy who has first round talent. This is a guy who should have gone in the first round. It wouldn't surprise me if they call him a safety, but he ends up much more like a linebacker. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Would not surprise me at all. Cleveland's up next. This is part of the New York Giants trade compensation, and the pick's already in. We could see Sanders here. I know Denver Gator. By the way, Denver Gator, if you're watching this, please make sure if your dad's not there, tell him I said hi. Hopefully you and Pops are there watching. So hopefully I get Denver Gator and Dad. But if he's not, please tell him I said hi. I'm meaning to give you a call. I haven't yet, but I'm sorry about that. The Browns could go defense. You can go Will Johnson here. You can go Shadir Sanders. Luther Burden's definitely in play here. Donovan E. That could be good. Slasher says he doesn't like the pick. If you're talking Schlesinger, I have a hard time. This is interesting. It's Quinshawn Jenkins, running back out of Ohio State. Out of the two running backs, I like Henderson more. I don't hate this pick. I really don't hate it. Slasher doesn't like it, but I will admit I'm a little surprised because out of the two Ohio State running backs, I definitely thought this is number two. And I get it. You want somebody who's a little bigger, a little more physical. You're going to play a little smash mouth. I get that, but I had a much higher grade than Henderson. Slasher agrees. Henderson is better in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. I agree with both of you guys. I really I don't hate this pick, but at the same time, I really thought out of the two running backs, I thought Henderson was significantly better. I don't particularly hate this, but I also would have gone in a different direction. So I like what Cleveland's doing. I like the trade. This might also mean that they don't want to sign Nick Chubb. This might mean that they do not want to sign Nick Chubb, which I was really expecting. So, that's Denver Gator. This made my day here. Me and Pops both here rooting you on. He says, thanks for a shout out. And that's just awesome. That's just awesome. That guy made my day. So I could see the Cowboys, if they could take Henderson. Cowboys pick in 8 picks from now. And if he's there, I think so. I was kind of low-key hoping the Chiefs would grab him. I'm not mad at Simmons, but I would not have been upset if Henderson was the pick. The Raiders are up next. And they went ahead and went with Gentry, so they're not going to go running back here. I would not be surprised if New England goes running back. So that's definitely a possibility. New England, Chicago. Chicago has picks 39 and 41. I'm sorry, 38 and 40. So you are Miss Dan. Can you we do have a trade. I'm behind you guys. We have a trade. Miami is jumping up here. I'm thinking this is going to be Will Johnson. Trade the Pat pick with do we have multiple trades here? So another trade already. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of trades. Mike, I'm so glad to see you, man. I am so glad to see you. I've missed you so much. Mike's a really good friend, and I really miss him. I miss a lot of people in Kansas City. I really do. I'm here in enemy territory here. So yeah, we have there's some really good players. Miami at 37 is very, very, very interesting. And then I think New England did trade here with the Raiders, but I'm going to do one trade at a time here. As soon as I get some details here on the fish and see what they're doing here. But this is going to be very interesting here. Pick number 37 for Miami. I'm thinking it's Will Johnson. I had to be floored. Okay, so here's the details on the trade. I should do harder and more to stay in touch. But I'm going to give you some details on the trade. This is a good trade for both teams. Real good trade for both teams. I'll give you the details here. Miami gets picks number 37 and 143. That's the second and the fifth. The Raiders. Real good job by the Raiders. Raiders get a second, third, and fourth. They get picks 48, 98, and 135. I definitely think the Raiders won this trade. This is a good move by the Raiders. They're going to get some really good players. Really like what the Raiders did here. They just moved down a few picks, and they get a couple extra draft picks. Really like what the Raiders did. Really, really, really like what the Raiders did. I thought it was very important. I thought it was a really good job. Sanders to the Fins. I seriously would not be surprised. Miami gets Jonah Sayavia, guard out of Arizona. Not a bad pick here. Not a bad pick at all. I'm not really sure why they did that, because New England, Chicago, and the Saints probably aren't making the move. I don't mind the player. I don't get it, because I'm looking at the draft board. You got New England, Chicago, the Saints, Chicago Jets. None of those teams are picking guards. So I mean, you gave up. You lost the trade. You lost the trade, and then you turn around and you draft the guy you might have been. Not really a fan of that at all. This is kind of a swing and a miss in my opinion, but I'm going to put him as a guard, but maybe he can play tackle. Yeah, I don't get it, but left tackle, guard. Maybe they feel someone might take him. I mean, Chicago's not going to take him. I don't see New England taking him. So New England's next, Chicago's next. The Saints, did I miss out? No, the Saints took Kelvin Banks. I don't see them taking him. Chicago picks again. The Jets at 42. They took Membu. I mean, San Francisco at 43. I'm kind of at a loss here, if I'm being perfectly honest. I'm kind of at a loss here, so kind of at a loss. But I will say this: if you can protect Tua, that's got to be the number one concern. It's got to be the number one concern is protecting Tua. The Dolphins are kind of a mess right now. I think that out of all the teams in the AFC East, the one that I would feel worst about is Miami. And don't get me wrong, they may win more games than the Jets or New England, but I mean, I'm not convinced Tua should play. Hopefully he stays healthy. It's a non-issue, but it's something that it's got to be a concern. I'm a little surprised here because New England, we're coming down to 1 minute for the Patriots. They haven't made a pick yet. My guess is that they're trying to make some phone calls here and see what they're doing. So the Bills have it so good. The East is, yeah, they do. Yeah, I mean the West is you got two teams that are playoff teams, with the Chargers and the Broncos. Both those teams I think are getting better. I think the Raiders are on the right track as well. Where, in the East, you got three teams I think they're kind of lost. We're going under 30 seconds here for the Patriots. I'm thinking this is going to be a trade, but I'm not exactly sure what's going on. It could be Mike Green. We could be looking at Will Johnson, Izuroku, Donovan E. could be the pick. I'm Luther Burden, a guy that I really like, wide receiver out of Missouri, could be in play. You can go a couple different directions here if you're the Patriots. I think under Vrabel, the Pats return to a contender. I think so too. It may not be right away, but I think they're on the right path. You got the young quarterback. You drafted the best left tackle available. I'm not sure I would have done that myself, even though I really like Will Campbell quite a bit. But you instantly improve your offensive line. You got much better in free agency. It's really just a question of how fast you get Drake May to recover. 364 snaps at right tackle, 345 left tackle, 693 at right tackle, 195 right guard, 790 at right guard. I mean the flexibility is good. I've been listing him as a guard, and I'll be honest, I'll be honest. I thought it was a reach. If you think he can play, he can play. That's a good deal. It's just that the next several teams I don't see taking a guard. So you gave up a lot. You gave up quite a bit. So I mean, good job to the Raiders. And by the way, I mean, why would, if Miami's going to trade up for a guard, why wouldn't they trade up? I mean, maybe the injury issue, but they could have traded up in the 30s and got their future left tackle. I mean, he's not an elite guy. I mean, Ayrton Easery is a beast. That's a guy. He's a Kansas City kid that a lot of people really liked. A lot of people thought Kansas City could have taken him. So. Is that who the Patriots took? Great move here by the Patriots. Trayvon Henderson, running back out of Ohio State. I would have gone Eastery. There are some off-field issues. I don't know specifically, but I keep hearing that, so I don't know what it is. By the way, Trayvon Henderson, running back out of Ohio State, is picked for New England. Great pick by the New England Patriots. Keaton, if he was here, would be very excited. If Keaton was here, he would be very, very, very excited. This is a great pick for the New England Patriots. So you go ahead and you help out your young quarterback with a home run threat who's good pass protection. You also help out your offensive line with the best left tackle in the draft. So I really, really, really like this pick for the New England Patriots. I think this is a great pick. Great job by New England here in round 2. So, Keaton has a date with triplets. He has a date with triplets, and he is positive 2 of them are girls. So he's really excited. God, not. Andre, what's up, brother? I did not think so. I did not think it was that serious, but he does have an injury history that does concern people. I thought he would definitely go in the first round. I'm very surprised that he hasn't. That's just me and my thought process. I thought he would go in the first round. So not exactly sure what happened. So but yeah, I thought he'd go in the first round despite injury concerns, but apparently people are worried about it. Siobhan Revel, the corner out of East Carolina, who may not even go in round 2. He was another guy that would have gone in round 1 if he was healthy. So the Bears are on the clock here at 39. Let's see what they do. I didn't hate the pick, but they surprised a lot of people. They went Colston Loveston. I'm butchering that name. The tight end out of Michigan, and I was really surprised about that. This is a great pick for the Patriots. It's a really good day 2 pick. Really good day 2 pick. I like it quite a bit. I thought maybe they would go Gentry and then come back and take a tackle today. Instead, they do just the opposite. So you instantly get your stud left tackle, then you come back and you get a home run threat who's he's a different type of player than the running backs you currently have on your roster. So I really like it a lot. Really like it a lot. The Bears are on the clock, but we're going under 1 minute. So there's possibility of Bears who pick at 39 and 41 are trying to move this pick. I think that they're taking some phone calls, so we're going to find out what happens here. Did the Bears go running back or wide receiver here? I really think this would be the perfect spot for Will Johnson. I keep saying it over and over again. I know I sound like a broken record, but that's what I think. Bears wanted Henderson. That would have been a good move. I really would have been a good move for the Bears, Henderson or Jenkins. I personally don't think that you go running back here if you're the Bears, because I think both Ohio State players would have been perfect fits. Dylan Sampson out of Tennessee. I think I'm not expecting him to go in round 2. If you go look at his film, he looks like a game 2 player, but he's a little smaller, not as fast as you think. I don't think he's an every down player. The Bears are excited about something here, so we're going to find out. We got a good linebacker and we got a running back, even though I didn't think we need to go linebacker. We just picked up Baker. We had Devin Bush, but I'll take it. Yeah, I do like that pick quite a bit. And Devin Bush, he's been bouncing around the league for a while. He was a guy I thought was going to be a stud. You also picked up Jerome Baker. I kind of forgot about that. JOK, kind of that safety hybrid type player. I'm not 100% sure, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. I'm not perfectly sure what they're doing. But the one thing is about Schlesinger is I really like the kid. I would have taken Henderson instead, but I think it's pretty solid. You got 2 pretty good players in round 2. I think Cleveland Browns should be very, very happy. So we're here at pick 39. Pick number 39. Here it's kind of funny. The Green Bay Packers fans are booing, which is kind of funny. But I get a kick out of that here. Sampson's a stud. Wonder where's Nachi pretty. Yeah. I didn't think it was that serious, Jeff. This is a great pick. It's with the 39th pick, the Bears take Luther Burden, the third wide receiver out of Missouri. This is a great pick. They already got 2 stud receivers. You go tight end and you go receiver. So I'm a little surprised here that they went offense, but I really like the pick. I guess you're convinced that, hey, this is you're going to give we fix your interior of the offensive line. The defense is going to be good. So now we're just going to go wide receiver. But Luther Burden can play. This is a really good pick for the Bears. I liked him a lot more than I like Jaden Higgins. I liked him a lot more than Jaden Higgins. I think this is a really good pick. I really do, but I'm a little surprised. Now they pick again at 41, so we're gonna be surprised. So we're gonna find out what they're doing here. Ben Johnson is cooking. I mean, look, you get the interior of the offensive line fixed. Kudos. You draft a tight end that you like quite a bit at 10. You come back, you get a wide receiver who I think should have gone sooner. I really like his game. So I by the way, I like him more than I like Higgins. So I think this is a good pick. So we know he loves the 2 tight end set, and Burden does have a ton of upside. He really does. Oh man, Funk! Hold up. Where the F have you been, Funk? I've been working a lot, but I have off from both jobs. God, man, it just makes my day that Funk is here. Funk, I have missed you. I really have missed you. I missed doing YouTube, so I'm very glad to be here. I was supposed to have Keaton and Gooch come on. They joined me yesterday. Keaton has a date with triplets. He's excited about that. And Gooch told me he was going to come on. I'll be honest, I'm not really sure what happened with Gooch. He was supposed to be back here, man. He was supposed to be here. I'm not sure what happened, but hopefully all is well. But we'll see. Just following the Brad Holmes blueprint, LOL. I don't know, man. I don't remember Brad Holmes just going so heavy on offensive skill position players. So they got plenty of weapons. The Saints are on the clock here. The Saints pick at 40, but we're going under 2 minutes here. They could be discussing a trade. I personally think that, I wasn't that surprised that the Saints passed on Shedeur Sanders at 9, but here you are at 40. This might be the spot for him. So, so you like our first round pick, Funk? I'm so glad to be back, man. I am so glad to be back, man. Yeah, it's Funk. Yeah, man. It just I took a job working nights, and then I have a part-time job. I really thought that I would be able to get back on YouTube a little more, and I just have not been able to do so. There's just 2 jobs and plus working nights. It's brutal. It's funny. The most exciting thing I've done since I've been out here in Vegas is literally just walk in a park, which I did earlier today. There's this park right next to my apartment complex, and it's just fantastic. That's the most exciting thing I've done in Vegas. Funk and Gator, it's a reunion. I know. Two of the all-time best guests or fans of the channel. Long-time great guys that really know their stuff. So, question, Dan, what do you think the Packers receiving room now of Golden, Reed, Watson, Dubs, Wicks? It's overcrowded. I wasn't really. I would have gone in a different direction if I was Green Bay, because I really like their receiving core. So I'm not exactly sure Golden why you would draft Golden. The only thing I could think of is the 4.29 speed. You wanted to add a deep threat in there, which none of these guys really have. Even though Watson has some good speed, that's the only thing I could think of. But you got plenty of weapons. I would have gone in a different direction, though. I really would have gone in a different direction. Yeah, they're very happy. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Ryan Poles is. I like what he's done. Oh my God, folks! The pick is Tyler Show. I'm butchering the name. Quarterback out of Louisville. Oh my God! It's not Shedeur Sanders. It's Tyler Show. I'm butchering the name. I don't care. He goes to the Saints. Great pick. If you're not familiar, Tyler Shook. I'll just call him Tyler S. Here's the deal. If you were to describe what you want an NFL quarterback to be, it's this kid. He's 6'4", he's 220, makes all the throws. He's hyper athletic. However, he's had 3 season-ending injuries in college. So I always say if you're going to get hurt in college, how are you going to stay healthy in the pros? If he was healthy and just kept playing like this, there's a good chance he would have been number one pick. This is I'm very surprised that he went before Shadir Sanders. I'm kind of stunned here by this pick, but I have to admit I like it a lot because he has the talent to start day one, but he's in a position with Derek Carr and Spencer Rattler. They doesn't have to play. And folks, we have another trade here. We have another trade. The Buffalo Bills have moved up to 41, and this is going to be really interesting. I know I sound like a broken record here. We have a couple. I'll be honest with you. I see the Jets coming up at 42. Is that where they were picking? 42, yeah. So for the Bills are leapfrogging the Jets. This is going to be very, very interesting. I definitely don't believe the Bills are taking Shadir Sanders, but yeah. The Saints, I think they need to go deep. I think they do too. I think that they need to address the defensive side of the ball, but I like this pick. Remember the first grab, Brad had the top 20. Oh, yes. I apologize, Funk. This is why I missed you, man. Yeah. I was really thinking they would go running back, Chicago. I was really thinking they would go running back. Yeah, my sentiment exactly. 26-year-old prospect for the Saints. Wow. So here's the trade details here. This is a good trade for both teams, depending on who the Bills take. The Bills, this is bear with me here. I wish I could show this, but I'll just give this to you. The Bills are getting the second-round pick number 41, third-round pick 72, and the seventh-round pick 240. They are going to get back in return a pair of second-round picks and a fourth. So the Bears are going to get picks 56, 62, and 109. I like what the Bears are doing. They're going to drop down and grab a couple. So they're going to have 3 picks in round 2. So I really like that. They're going to have 3 picks in round 2, probably move down again. So, wow. I can see this being Donovan E. I can see this being Will Campbell. I think it's got to be a defensive player. Tyler Show. Funk, I want to touch base on this here. I want to make sure I get all your comments here. I don't like that. I think it's a reach. It might be a reach, but I'm kind of surprised he went before Sanders. I'm going to come back to this, Funk. I'm going to come back to this. Is this really right? Yeah, that's a good trade. If the Bills have to get the right guy here. I'm thinking it's one of these big names here. I'm thinking it's Will Campbell, Donovan E. I'm thinking with Buffalo, I think Donovan E. would make a lot of sense. Even though you picked up Joey Bosa, you picked them up for 1 year. Donovan E. would make a lot of sense. Here. It could be Mike Green. I'm trying to think here. I would be shocked if they went with another tight end, Mason Taylor. Trey Amos, corner out of Ole Miss, is a guy I really was kind of looking at. That's a possibility. But I mean, I have a hard time believing that they're going to go back-to-back corners after they took Hairston. So could it be the Minnesota left tackle? Yeah, that's another guy that it could be. Just solidify the offensive line. I don't think you go running back here. If one of the Ohio State running backs was on the board, I would think so. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what the Bills are going to do here, but we're going to find out. The pick's in, so we're going to have to see what's going on here. So the Bills leapfrogged the Jets. So it's a player the Jets may have considered and liked. So that has me believing that it's going to be Will Johnson here. But the Bears, great job. 3 picks in round two. So that's a good move. The Bills will get a 3rd round pick, which is not bad. It really depends on what they do here at 41. But Will Johnson's probably the player. Okay. It's TJ Sanders, defensive tackle out of South Carolina. I don't get this at all. Are the Jets or the 49ers going to take him? I mean, I'm really shocked here. And by the way, I don't hate TJ Sanders, but I don't understand why you make this big of a move. He's not a bad player. Don't get me wrong. I just I don't get it. I'll be honest with you. I don't get why you would trade up this much. Were the Jets really going to take him? I'm looking at the Jets and I'm thinking, okay, you drafted a tackle, so I mean, I just don't. I'm looking at the Jets, and I just don't see them going that route. To be honest with you, so you gave up quite a bit to leapfrog the Jets. I mean, I'm really surprised about that. I don't hate it. I would have gone in a different direction. Funk, I want to touch base on what you said here. I'm good with the pick. The Lions are drafting for future replacements. Reader has 1 year left and is costly compared to a rookie. I expect or want, I should say, Jared Wilson and Barrett Carter. That makes sense. I didn't like it because I really thought that of your 3, James Houston was the name I was trying to think of. So your top 3 defensive ends, James Houston's missed significant time. Marcus Davenport's never been able to stay healthy. And then you have Aiden Hutchinson coming off of an injury, and you really needed an edge rusher. I thought there was multiple ones there. I'm not too mad at you passing up. I'm not too mad about you giving up on Mike Green. Maybe you talked to him and you didn't like the way he came across in interviews. Maybe the Detroit Lions are one of the teams. I said this yesterday. There's probably about 12, maybe 15 teams that had Mike Green just completely off the board completely. So Funk says maybe they wanted to move up. Another next few teams had that good of a deal, so they took their best option. That's a possibility as well. I'm looking at the way that this is, and the Jets pick is that I'm thinking that the Jets, I'm thinking that you do this move, and I could be wrong. I'm thinking you make a move like that because you want to leapfrog the Jets. I just have a hard time believing that the Jets were going defensive tackle. So, a lot of teams do, but I really thought where the Lions were picking at 28, I thought that it's a risk reward. But if you would have told me, like, I really thought we got, let me see here. I mean, we're 10 picks into round 2, and there's no way I thought Mike Green was going to go this far. So, absolutely. I seriously, Sanders here would make a lot of sense for the Jets, not going in round 1, but taking them in round 2. San Francisco's coming up next, could take him. Dallas could easily take him. Indianapolis, I would be floored if Indianapolis took a quarterback, but if you do, then I would think you have to trade Anthony Richardson. Is there a market for him? I don't think there is. So the Rams at 46 could definitely be in the market. The Raiders also are another team that he could go there. So the Lions like bigger DNs like Za'Darius Smith size. None of the guys fit that size, fit that draft spot. There's big rumors floating around that Smith's going to be back. That I didn't know, but I mean, one thing about Ezurike is that he's powerful, even though he's smaller and compact, long arms, and he's powerful. So that's kind of I thought he was more. I really thought he was a Dan Campbell guy. So, but Landon Jackson out of Arkansas is a guy I love. Jack Sawyer? He's another guy. There's a good chance he's going to be on the board. So. We'll have to wait and see what happens, but I didn't know Smith was rumored to be coming back though. This is why I love having guys that are in the know coming in here, letting me know, because this show is not me educating you guys. That you guys give me information on your team, the information that I don't know about. Like I had no idea about Za'Darius Smith, and that means quite a bit because you're bringing him back. Well, that makes the defensive tackle position a little more logical. I wish you would told me this yesterday. So, yeah, and pick number 42. This is a little surprising, but I like it. Mason Taylor, tight end out of LSU. I like this pick personally. You get a guy who could have gone in day one. You got a young quarterback. You really want to go ahead and help him out. I really, really like this pick quite a bit. You get a guy, I think 42 is a good spot for him. And then you also got some athleticism. His dad played in the NFL, which I think is a major plus. And then you give a weapon to a young kid. But this is a really good pick. This is a really, really, really good pick. I love E. But I guess the Lions met with Josiah Stewart like 7 times, so maybe an option at the end of the second. That would be another good one. Slasher, I want Trey Amos or Siobhan Revell badly. Revell is a guy that's very, very interesting. I'm kind of hoping. I don't think the Chiefs are going to take a first and second round pick on a guy with injury issues, but Siobhan Revell is a guy that could very easily go in the next couple of picks. San Francisco is already up with 43. There's a very, very good chance that this would be San Francisco's guy. Trey Amos is a guy also that would fit in with Philly. I'm not sure you're going to go defensive back here, but you could. But Amos, Amos is a guy I think that will be off the board soon. And Revell, I have no idea, but I was kind of hoping Kansas City would grab him at the bottom of the second if he's available. But this might, San Francisco's their pick is in. So, and this is interesting. Alfred Collins, defensive tackle out of Texas, and I like this guy. I don't think he fits in. So the wide 9 defense that Robert Saleh is going to bring in, he doesn't really fit this defensive scheme. So I'm a little surprised. I also think that this is a little high. I don't hate it, but it's a little high. And does he fit in what you want to do? Because this is not a 3-down backer. This is not a 3-down defensive tackle. This is really a guy that's probably going to be substituted out in passing situations. They're looking. Kyle Shanahan looks like he's forcing that hand clap too. So I have to admit, I'm not really fond of that pick. They're showing they had 7 sacks and 17 and a half tackles for loss in his career, but does he usually that wide 9 defense? You want guys that can split the gap and get after the quarterback. That's not his game. He might have been able to do that. Texas, he's not going to do that in the NFL. He's really a run stuffer, and maybe you wanted to do that. I'm a little surprised personally, but Jess says definitely a 49ers pick. I like the guy. It's a little higher than I would have picked him, but we'll find out. Dallas at 44 is up, and who knows what they're doing. Perry, I never said I wanted him, just saying how many times they met with him. So that does mean something. I mean, if you meet with him a bunch of times, there's something that you got to like. So Dallas at 44, the pick is already in, and they are celebrating big time. I'm kind of curious, is this where Will Johnson goes? Donovan E is a possibility. Does Dallas roll the dice on Mike Green? I would not be surprised. Do we have Shadir Sanders here? There's so many picks. I understand Holmes scares. He picks guys he falls in love with. I mean, look, I like Collins' game. Don't get me wrong. I like his game. I just thought edge was a bigger priority, and I'm kind of going to stick with that. But again, when I said that yesterday, is that I didn't know they were planning on bringing Zadarius Smith back, so that does mean quite a bit because you bring Smith back, I'm going to like that defensive tackle move a lot more. I thought my team was going to go Sanders because of how much we met with him, and we took him out to dinner. We went to Colorado. So did the Giants. The Giants went out there. I was told the Giants had a guy out there basically living in Colorado. I'm kind of surprised that they went Dart instead, to be perfectly honest. From what I was told, they visited with Sanders a lot more than they did with Jackson Dart. So when they traded back into the first round, I was convinced that they were going to go Shadir Sanders. Instead, they go Jackson Dart. They gave up a lot. I still have that trade. They gave up 34 and 99 with the Houston Texans. They also gave up a 2026 third round pick. So that's quite a bit. You're giving up 3 picks for one. Keep in mind you get that 5th-year option, so you may have something really good there with Jackson Dart. And Jackson Dart's talented, so let's Jackson Dart is bigger, stronger, faster. But we'll have to wait and see if it pans out for the Giants. Is it the left tackle from Minnesota could be the pick? Seems the Cowboys want to fix the O-line. It definitely could be. He's the type of guy Dallas would love. He's massive. He's got good feet. I think he's like 6'6", 330. I heard about off-field issues. I mean, you could go edge here. You could go corner. I mean, Shadir Sanders is definitely a possibility. So they really like the by the way, the body language in the San Francisco war room is different than the one in the Dallas boardroom. So Crazy Jerry takes a flash in. Yeah, if that's the case, then Shadir Sanders. But the picks in. I'm really curious what they do here. Really curious what they do here. Dallas needs to go receiver at some point. You could go receiver here. You could go receiver here. I'm trying to think of who's available that you could go here. You could go Trey Harris out of Ole Miss. That's not bad. I think it might be a little early here. The way that they're acting, they really love this pick, though. Donovan E., defensive end out of Boston College. This is a really good pick. This is a guy that I think Detroit should have took since they're going to pass on Mike Green. But I really like this pick for Dallas. I think this is – I'll be honest with you. I think it would have been a better pick for San Francisco. This is a really good pick. I'm going to have to learn how to pronounce this guy's name, but this is a good pick for Dallas. I'm going to give this probably a better grade than a lot of people, but yeah. Yeah, it could be an absolute steal, Perry. You're 100% correct. It could be an absolute steal. This is just a really, really good pick. You didn't move up to get him. I thought he was a first round player. So, yeah, I told Luke G because I had a couple mock drafts where he was going to Detroit at 28, and Luke G didn't like it, and I was like, this is a 3-year starter. Um, you know, there's a lot to like about this guy, and I really really liked him. So I'm not really sure what happened, but yeah, I thought he would go sooner. Dallas getting him at 44 is a good move, and the Colts already have their pick in, so the Colts are wasted no time. This is interesting because the next 3 teams are Rams, Cardinals, and Raiders, and I think I sound like a broken record, but Sanders could be a pick for any one of those. You may say, why would Shadir Sanders be in Arizona? You never know. I mean, Kyler Murray's just been so up and down. You just never know. If you are, by the way, Shadir Sanders in the 40s. Unless Dallas thinks that Jonathan Mingo and Jalen Tolbert can step up and have a breakout year, there is a possibility that you could have a trade or somebody's a cap casualty. But the Colts look happy in the war room. Yeah. Fun fact: I might be the only Lions fan that can't wait till next year to get a DN. I'm with the DN from Bama, the LT Overton. LT is his name. Oh wow! If Gooch was here, he could tell us a little bit about that. But he's MIA right now. So yeah. Oh, this is a good one. JT Tumaulu, edge rusher out of Ohio State. I actually really do like this one. I like this move quite a bit. You could have gone with Sawyer, whichever one you have ranked higher. I'm not going to argue. Landon Johnson out of Arkansas is a guy I also have a big crush on. But this is a good move here for the Colts. Of course, Keaton is not here today, so he can't comment on his team. But hey, you're dating triplets. I get it. Cowboys got my guy. He's a good player. He could have gone sooner. I like the guy. Him and Parsons will be a bit of a problem. I think so. I will. It was funny because last night and today we were messaging on X, and I sent him a link. He because we were talking. I asked him to come on a few minutes early because I was going to do. I was going to go over who won and who lost in day one, and he seemed on board with it. So Keaton told me that he probably wouldn't be able to make. He said probably. So I was like, okay, so I'm going to take that as a definite no. But I have no idea why Gooch isn't here. The Rams already have their pick in, so the Rams wasted no time. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the Rams are doing. They, of course, traded the 26th pick in the draft to Atlanta. Atlanta chose James Pierce, so they haven't had a draft pick yet. So I'm kind of excited to see what the Rams are going to do here. Could be a run on the edge. It really could be. The Colts are having a really good draft so far. I like this pick. I also like Tyler Warren. I think Tyler Warren helps that team out tremendously. He's going to be your starting tight end. They have some good talent at receiver. Whoever wins that quarterback battle, I think it's going to be Daniel Jones, and we'll have to figure it out. So, here's why I can wait. I remember the first 12 games, the Lions held 9 teams to 20 or under. Then all the injuries caught up. Yeah, Fung, I don't know if you remember this or not, but I thought for about 2.5 months, the Lions had the best team in football, even though the Chiefs were undefeated. I thought the Lions were the best team in the NFL, and then they just had injury after injury after injury. But yeah. So I get that. I still didn't really like the pick too much. I would have gone with an edge. Again, I had no idea the Darius Smith was coming back. So. Yeah, it is a solid pick for the Colts. Very solid pick for the Colts. So, yeah, I like both their picks. Colts have had a good draft. I wouldn't call it a great draft. It's not going to be a draft. So what I do, if you're not familiar, I have my previous 3 drafts. I do the same thing. This is my trade notebook. I bring this out. But what I do is that I write down every pick as it's chosen. Then I write down a letter grade, and this is last year's draft, year before, and the year before, and what I do is I write down just right off the top of my head. I write down the letter grade just without thinking, just instinct, and then I go back after the draft's completed, and I kind of go over it a little more. I won't be live tomorrow, but I will be watching the draft. Monday, I'm going to be live again, and I'll be live again on Monday, and I'll go over all my draft grades. So what I do is for the first 3 rounds, only for the first 3 rounds, I write down every pick. I just, without thought, just first thing that pops in my mind is a letter grade. Then I go through it. Then I also go through the remaining, the rest of the draft, and I kind of figure out, put everything together. I go out of my way to not listen to any social media, watch ESPN or the NFL Network, because when I come back Monday and I give you my grades, I don't want to be influenced by anything external. I just want to go from what I know and what I've seen. I've gone through probably over 10,000 mock drafts. I'll scour the big boards of guys that I respect, mostly Daniel Jeremiah. I look at Mel Kiper's as well. And that's how I kind of get my grades together. But you'll see everything Monday. I'll go over everything in detail Monday. Remember, it's just heavy rumors on Z coming back. He's dating a female artist rapper, I think, from Detroit. So it might be all the rumors come from, but he's still also in contract. I actually thought he was a free agent. So I thought he was a free agent, and I thought that he was a free agent, and that's why I thought that they I was positive he was a free agent. So I have that's why I wanted the Lions to go defensive end. But if he's still under contract, that's a different story. So not a bad pick here. The Rams take Terrence Ferguson, tight end out of Oregon. This is a solid pick here. I like Ferguson. Of all the tight ends that attended the combine, I think his was the best. Really helped his draft stock. Really kind of like the odd guy out in the offense. But this is a really solid pick for the Rams. You don't want to pick this guy in the first round, but you could easily get this guy in round 2 where the Rams got him, and he's going to be a very productive player. So I like this pick for the Rams. It's not a home run, but this is very solid. I definitely thought that they did a great job in trading down, got some really good value trading down. And I'm making a note here because I really, really, really liked the draft compensation that they got from Atlanta. I really liked the conversation. So Arizona has already had to pick in. Who the hell is I watched that live. That's how old I am and how much of a draft junkie I am. I watched it live and I just thought it was fantastic. Even though I love Mel Kiper, I'm a huge Mel Kiper guy. But when that happened, I was just like, oh my God, that is so awesome. Oh, okay, contact, not contract. Okay, I'm sorry. I misread that. It is a very solid pick for the Rams. I like that you got the trade compensation, especially the number one in the 2026 draft, having two number ones in the draft. Arizona picks Will Johnson at 47. That to me is just an absolute home run. This is Arizona. I wish Corey the Red Sea was here because I know he really wanted Will Johnson at 16, and I took a lineman, and he absolutely hated that. So Arizona had Walter Nolan, a pick that I really liked early, and then you come back and you get Will Johnson here. I absolutely love this pick. You can roll the dice here at 47 if you're Arizona. So I really, really like this pick. Really, really, really like this pick for Arizona. I think at 47, you go ahead and you can take chances in the middle of the second round. This guy had athleticism in play. And we have a trade here. The Houston Texans have jumped up to 48. So the Houston Texans have jumped up to 48. As soon as I get the details, I will go ahead and read it out loud here. But I absolutely love this pick. Taking him in the first round, it would have been a risk, but I still would have liked it. But yeah, absolutely. At pick 47, absolutely. But I'm really curious here. Houston leapfrog Cincinnati. I'm thinking because it's the Bengals now. So the Bengals, they may have leapfrogged the Bengals for a offensive lineman. This could be an offensive lineman here. So I'm really curious what this pick is. And by the way, the teams here coming up: Cincinnati, Seattle, Denver, Tennessee, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, Chargers, Chicago, Carolina. None of these teams are going to be taking a quarterback. The next team that's going to take a quarterback is if I'm doing my math right, it would be pick number 57, and that's the Raiders. Could the Raiders get Shadir Sanders at the bottom of round 2? That could be amazing. But yeah, I absolutely think that's a great deal. So here's the trade compensation. They traded with the Raiders. So the Texans get pick 48, the Raiders get 58 and 99. So really, wow, the Raiders have made multiple trades. This is definitely Pete Carroll has some influence here. Really like what the Raiders are doing. Here. And by the way, if they get Shadir Sanders at what would be, I'm trying to do the math here. If they get him at 58, wow. Yeah, Perry is old school. Yeah, I like what Houston's doing. I wasn't super high on Higgins, but I like the trade compensation that they got from the Giants. So that's definitely a good move. I like what the Raiders are doing, trading down. They went ahead and got Ashton Gentry, and they've made multiple trades down. There's a lot of picks here. It'll be kind of interesting to see what the Raiders do. So left tackle from Minnesota, yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Ain't Will Johnson hurt though? So he participated at his pro day. The only thing he didn't do is run the 40, but he should be fine for training camp. The way I understand it, he should be fine for training camp. In the middle of the second round, I love it. So. I don't see where it matters that Will Johnson's injured or Carter had that foot injury. I think in round 2, I don't have too much of a problem with it at all. This could potentially be Mike Green, but I doubt it. Maybe Las Vegas like some later O-line guy. I'm looking. Listen to these teams. All these teams have quarterbacks. Cincinnati. Okay, let's start here. Houston has a quarterback. Cincinnati has a quarterback. Seattle has a quarterback. Denver has a quarterback. Tennessee just drafted one, number 1 overall. Tampa Bay has a quarterback. Green Bay has a quarterback. Chargers have a quarterback. Chicago has a quarterback. Carolina has a quarterback. None of those teams are taking Sanders. If the Raiders trade down twice and still get Sanders, I think that's amazing. Yeah, so much for Deion demanding where his son would or would not play. Doesn't seem. No, it does not. I do know that Sanders wanted to go to Vegas, and even after the trade down, I just named all the teams that picked before Vegas. And this is after Vegas traded down and got an additional pick. There's a very good chance that the Raiders could draft Shedeur Sanders. The Steelers, they could. They don't have a pick in round 2. They do not have a pick in round 2. So we'll find out. But the Texans, they traded up. Really liked what the Texans did, trading out of round 1 to get an additional 3rd round pick in 2026 from the Giants. I thought that was a really good move to get an additional 2nd and 3rd and use that trade compensation so you can trade up. Jaden Higgins, not in love with that pick. At 34, I don't hate it. I get it. So we'll have to see what they do here at 48. It's a good trade for both teams, depending on who the Texans take. And by the way, Perry, I can see the Steelers trading up. And you're right. It's Eritani. Eritani easily tackle out of Minnesota. This is a great job getting him in the middle of the 2nd round. I really, really, really like this pick. There's a chance that he starts day 1. I would not be surprised if he ends up being a day 1 starter. Would not be surprised. This is a great job here by the Houston Texans here. I really like this move. I'm going to go back and go through the trades in more detail. I have a notebook. I wrote down. I'm using the old school Jerry Jones method. So what I do is I write down all the trade value, write down the points, and then I write down a grade on the trade. So then I grade the players, and then I go back and I look at the grade I have on the trade, and then I factor that into everything. So you called it, Perry. Denver, I think his son was way too hyped up because of Deion, and add in the factor of after drafting him, has to deal with the guy who said, if I get drafted where I don't, perfect replacement. So what they did is they brought in Cam Robinson in free agency. He was actually traded midseason from Jacksonville to Minnesota. The Bengals have already picked, so it'll be very interesting to see what the Bengals do here. I think it could have been the pick for Cincinnati. We'll have to see what they want to do here. But I like what the Houston Texans have done. Have to put me on layaway. I'm going to want so much the same concept is going to play a second contract. For those of you that don't know, when the draft came up, when Deion Sanders came out to the draft, he made the comment Detroit will have to put him on layaway. The Bengals pick is in. Demetrius Knight Jr., linebacker out of South Carolina. I don't hate this pick. It's a little rich, but they needed some help at linebacker. So I don't hate it. I would have gone in a different direction, but this is a guy who may surprise and be a starter here. May surprise and be a starter. So I don't hate this pick, but he could end up being a day one starter here in Cincinnati. So he's really athletic. I would have gone offensive line myself, but I don't hate it. I'm not going to give it a great grade here, but I mean, you went Shamir Stewart, and now you go linebacker. The Bengals defense was bad last year, so so I got some spam here. It's on Twitch, so let me see here. Yeah, I'm on Twitch right now. I don't know how to. Yeah, I don't know how to fix that, so I apologize. I apologize. I don't know how to fix that. So, yeah, somebody with a wrench. Can somebody just remove that guy? I don't know. I'll fix that. I'll have to try to get on Twitch and fix that later. So I apologize for the spam. So. I dare Denver to take another secondary player. It'd be interesting. Seattle's up next, and Seattle. I really like what Seattle did. Zabel was kind of a reach, but I like it. And then Amenori, I love the value you get there. So it's a good draft for Seattle so far. So. I might have to give this Bengals grade a little. I might have to bump this grade up on the Bengals. I just don't like it because I'm looking at a team that had major offensive line issues, and that's what I would have done. So you kind of. And by the way, I like Demetrius Knight. I do. I just think it's a little bit of a reach, but he may be a day one starter. So. I mean, they took Zabel. I'll be honest, if I'm Seattle here, Mike Green makes a lot of sense. Mike Green would make a lot of sense here if you want to roll the dice. Trey Amos, corner out of Ole Miss, makes a lot of sense. Nick Scorton, the other guy from Texas A&M, also makes a lot of sense. You can go in a couple different directions here. If you're Seattle, it'll be interesting to see what they did. But yeah, Seattle took our guard. Screw them. Hank Fraley's son plays center at North Dakota, and the Lions supposedly really liked it. I like the kid quite a bit. So I like the kid quite a bit. I wouldn't have been surprised though. I'll be honest, I would not have been surprised if he was the pick for the Lions. Wouldn't have been surprised. I think the top one left is I'm drawing a blank on the guy's name. I was just talking about him earlier. The kid Trey Harris out of Ole Miss. Size speed combination looked at one point to be a first rounder, but not there. He would be probably the top one. Jalen Noel, the other Iowa State receiver, possibly. Kyle Williams out of Washington State, maybe. I'm not that high on him. Jack Beck out of TCU is another guy I kind of like, but if you had to give me a name, I would say Trey Harris at Ole Miss. So I like Will Shepherd. I got a team that gets him in the third or fourth round. You're getting a really good receiver. I've kind of forgot about Will Shepherd. Kind of forgot about him. Who's the best defensive tackle on the board? Let me see here. Let's see here. Best defensive tackle on the board. It could be Shamir Turner, defensive tackle out of Texas A&M. That would be my guess, just right off the top of my head. I'm not that high on him myself, but Omar Norman Lott out of Tennessee could be it too. Trade a big one. Can you give me details? Because I'm not seeing it. 8 picks. Oh, this is a good one. Elijah Aroro, tight end out of Miami, is the pick for Seattle. I like this. I like this a lot. You give your new quarterback some weapons here. I like getting him here because you're getting a guy who's raw. You're getting a guy who is raw, but very talented. And because you go ahead, Carolina moved up. Yeah, Carolina's picking next, and I don't have the details. As soon as I get the details, I'll relay it. I do like this. I like this move a lot here for Seattle. You have a young quarterback. You fix the offensive line. You got a guy who should have been drafted a while back. And then you come back and you draft a tight end. And I think 50 is a great spot for Aurora. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. So Carolina trades 57, 74, 111, 230 for Denver, 51, 85, 122. Oh, wow. No, oh, wow. I did not either. So the first round pick was Ted McMillan out of Arizona. I wasn't a fan of that. I was not a fan of that. Denver Gator, what are you thinking? Wow, I am. I predicted there would be a lot of trades. So I predicted there would be a lot of trades. So I'm a little surprised here, but it's really cool. Chuba Hubbard's making this pick, so this is pretty cool. So this is a good pick. Nick Sorton, edge rusher out of Texas A&M. I really like this pick quite a bit for Carolina. I was not a fan of Ted McMillan at 8, but this is a guy who's probably going to be a day one starter. I'm going to call him an outside linebacker, but technically he's an edge. But I really like this pick. Really like this pick. Over Mike Green, yeah. I mean, I would have given a higher grade for Mike Green, but I really do like Sorton quite a bit at 51. I'm assuming that whatever he told NFL teams, it didn't really work, But yeah, I guess so, because I mean, I really thought he was going early first round, to tell you the truth, But from what I heard, teams are really happy with him, but I'm guessing not. Tennessee's already made their pick, so it'll be interesting to see what Tennessee does. It'll be very interesting to see what Tennessee does. They went ahead and made some trades, but they're picking again here at 52. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to call it SA. I'm not really sure how the YouTube algorithm, reads that correctly, but yeah, I guess. What's the plus for Denver? I'm not really sure. Yeah, the Titans did pick up Tyler Lockett yesterday. I like that move. So you get a veteran receiver to help out. I'm going to butcher this name, but Olufemi Elijah out of UCLA. This is a guy who played linebacker. They moved him to edge. He'll need to put on what I call the NFL 20. I like this kid as an edge rusher here. The thing is that if you're the Titans, I like the player. I'm not sure I like the fit because I mean I really think the Titans need more of a day one player, and this is not a guy who's really a day one player. This is a guy who's more raw. I would have liked the guy who's a little more polished, but here's the deal: this guy has a world of potential. World of potential. I would have liked a guy a little more polished here. I wouldn't have blamed the Titans if they went Mike Green here. But he's raw, really athletic. Tampa Bay already. Wow, was this a trade? Or no, this wasn't a trade. Wow, but yeah. Slash reviews from Georgie make an exception. It's a crazy trade. Crazy trade. Yeah, the guy's raw. So here's the deal. I don't have a problem with him going 52. I do have a problem with him going to Tennessee because if I'm Tennessee, I really want to see Tennessee get a guy who's more day one ready. I think you need a day one ready guy. So. I would be floored if I'll be honest. I'm really shocked that nobody's picked him up yet. I kept on hearing that teams were okay with what happened and it wasn't going to be an issue. And I was told it wasn't going to be an issue, but I guess it is. So. The Buccaneers surprised me and went receiver in the first round. I thought they needed pass rush in the secondary more. I did too. I really thought that they would have gone corner or edge rush. You have a defensive minded coach. You're bringing Godwin back. The kid that they drafted out of Washington in the third round last year, his name escapes me, was doing pretty well. They had, 3 decent running backs, but so I'm a little surprised. So I'm kind of thinking defense here. Yeah, the coach has got to be on the hot seat. So yeah. The Titans coach is definitely on the hot seat. You can't. What was it? 2 wins, 3 wins. You can't do that and stay on the job. But you have number 1 pick in the draft. And because you have number 1 pick in the draft, you may get some flexibility. But I remember when the Tampa Bay Buccaneers drafted Jameis Winston, and they went from 2 wins to 6 wins. They still fired Lovie Smith. Now, the problem is that the offensive coordinator, Dirk Cutter, who gave Andy Reid his first coaching job ever, was going to take another job. And they weren't excited about Lovie Smith, so they decided to fire Lovie Smith and give Dirk Cutter the job. And he couldn't get Jameis Winston rolling, so he was fired. So. Keep your eyes open for Will Levis trade to the Steelers would be a good spot for him. Actually, I actually agree with that. I think the offense that they run in Pittsburgh would be really good for Will Levis and not giving him. I do believe Aaron Rodgers will sign with Steelers. I think Aaron Rodgers will be a Steeler. So when that happens, then Will Levis learning behind 2 quarterbacks, no pressure. I think that would be a good move. And I would not be surprised if Will Levis is traded. I also thought to the Rams would be an interesting possibility, but they do have Jimmy Garoppolo there. So let's see what happens. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers selections in and Simeon Rice, really good player. He's enjoying himself up on stage. It's kind of cool. Super Bowl winning Simeon Rice, and the pick is up. This is a really good pick. Benjamin Morrison, corner out of Notre Dame, he got hurt, but before he got hurt, he looked like he was a first round player. This is a good fit for his game and his size. Tampa Bay is a great fit for him. Yeah, this is a really good pick. This is a really good pick for Tampa Bay. This is a guy that's going to fit like a hand in a glove. I'm assuming the medicals are all cleared. If the medical is cleared, then this is a really good pick. Green Bay is next at 54. The pick's already in, so they wasted absolutely no time with this pick. Green Bay is wasted absolutely no time with this pick. Kind of interested to see what the Packers were going to do. They surprised me going Matthew Golden in round 1. I don't have a problem with Golden going into 20s, but I was really shocked that he went to Green Bay. I thought Green Bay. Matter of fact, I'll be honest. Benjamin Morrison might have been the pick for Green Bay. So could be Jackson here. Could be Jackson. Oh, Landon Jackson out of Arkansas. God, that would be a great pick. That would be a great pick. That's one of my guys. Landon Jackson. So pass rush, I think it's biggest need for them. If they got Hobbs in the other second corner there, so secondary is going to be fine. There was talk about Jair Alexander being traded. I'm going to guess that that's not going to happen. And I think they're throwing snowballs in Green Bay. They're having a ball there in Green Bay. I give them credit. It's not as packed as it was in Kansas City, Vegas, or in Detroit, but I gotta give them credit. They're having fun there. Amos, yeah, Sanders to Green Bay. Vegas is coming up in a few picks. That's kind of where I think he'll go. But Amos, yeah, Slasher, you're correct. Amos is a guy I remember after the combine, I was thinking late first, maybe to Kansas City. So him free falling in this draft, I think that he could go. Matter of fact, Kansas City, I would be very happy if he went to Kansas City. Very happy. So they got a couple of kids reading the pick from the Boys and Girls Club. That's really cool. And Anthony Belton, tackle of NC State, kind of a reach, but kind of a reach. And here's another thing: they're calling him a tackle. I'm not sure he's really a tackle. I was thinking guard. So. Sanders would be a Green Bay Packer pick here. Jordan Love with the injuries, and they're getting ahead of that quarterback situation, so it surprised me. Milroe could fall to round 3. So the first couple picks in the third round are the Giants and Kansas City. Those two teams aren't going to take a quarterback. Cleveland, however, could. So if the Steelers like him like I thought, then maybe they would take him. I'm going to call him a tackle because that's what he's called, but I'll be honest, I really think that he was more of a guard, but I'm going to call him a tackle because of they're calling him a tackle. I think it's a reach, but I don't hate the pick. I do think that Green Bay needed to address the offensive line, so I'm not that upset here. It's solid. I think it's a little bit of a reach, to be honest. Who you're looking for, Kansas City? I think Amos would be a great pick. I think the Chiefs need. I think the Chiefs will draft a defensive tackle. I think they'll draft a running back, and I think they'll draft a corner. And out of those three positions, Amos is a guy I really, really, really. The way the board's fallen, I think Amos might be available, and it could be a lot of fun. Melvin Gordon's doing the pick for the Chargers, and that's just awesome. I always loved Melvin Gordon. It was a shame they couldn't. He was just fumbling issues, but I always loved Melvin Gordon. Always loved Melvin Gordon. This is a great pick. Trey Harris, a wide receiver out of Ole Miss. This is a great move for the Chargers. This is a really, really great move for the Chargers. Really, really like this pick. Really like this pick. I'm going to give this pick a higher grade than I think most people, just because I really like the pick. I like the fit. And this is a guy that I thought could have gone higher. You put in with a really good quarterback. This could be really dangerous. So the Chargers kind of surprised me and went heavy on offense. You chose a Marion Hampton in round 1. You get Trey Harris in round 2. So you went heavy on running back. I think so. I want to tell you something, Jeffrey. About 40 years ago, there's no question he would have been a running back. And I think he'd be a really good one, too. Hey, Denver, did you ever play Oblivion? I asked because it got remade. And if you have a Game Pass, it's free day one. You know what? Funk, I have the Xbox One, old school. NCAA was on sale for like 12 or 13 bucks. And I came like this close to buying it, but I know that if I bought it, I would not be doing anything else. So I would not be doing anything else. So I decided against it, but it is a big upgrade. It makes sense to let Josh Palmer go. What surprised me is always like, yeah, I did too. I like Josh Palmer. I was a big fan of him coming out of Tennessee. I just said that, here's a guy who's raw. So you got to give him somewhere to get developed. So you get him somewhere to develop, and then you get rid of him. I remember they passed on Brian Branch to Jeff Quentin Johnston, and I said, somebody's going to lose their job over that. And they did, even though Quentin Johnston was my number one receiver in the draft. I thought going to the Chargers was a bad move. At the time, they had Keenan Allen and Mike Williams. So making the Quentin Johnston move didn't make any sense when their safety went ahead and retired. It was Nasir Adderley, a player I really liked, but just didn't really pan out. But he was 24, retired. So they have Derwin James. They could have Brian Branch. The defense would have been great. They didn't want to do that, and people lost their job. So, but this is a good move. Trey Harris is a good move, like what the Chargers are doing. But there is a hole on the other side of the edge rush. So I'm kind of surprised they haven't addressed defense yet, but they might. Perry, you've seen it. I haven't played it yet, but the original is near perfect. This was supposed to be better. I don't even know what that is, to be honest. But I will say this, like I was very, 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 very close to buying NCAA. I heard it was great. I was waiting for it to come out. It was like 12 or 13 bucks too. So like it was, $12 or 13 bucks, but I said no because I know me and I would be probably still playing NCAA. I love that game. I used to get the very first, like I would pre-order the game, and day one, like I would make sure I took the day off and just play NCAA like a crackhead, and I was really tempted to do it. So Who are the Chris picking? I'm assuming you meaning Chiefs. Trey Amos would be my guess. I really, really like Amos there. Alexander, defensive tackle at Toledo, is also a possibility. Chiefs could go running back. Real quick here, the Lions and Broncos have made a trade here. So Detroit's on the clock right after Chicago. The trade is Detroit gets pick number 57 and pick 230. Denver gets pick 60 and 130. I'd say Denver definitely wins that trade, but Denver definitely wins that trade. But Detroit, after Chicago, it'll be very interesting to see what Detroit does here. If Detroit gets Mike Green, I think this is going to be a big move. And then Siobhan 1107, man, I haven't seen you in a while. I'm glad you're here. I'm thinking Amos, the corner out of Ole Miss, if he's available. By the way, it's Chicago, Detroit, Vegas, and I think Vegas is going to we'll finally see Shadir Sanders. We're finally going to see Shadir Sanders. And I know this is a celebrity. I don't know who this. Oh, Seth Rollins. I don't follow wrestling. I know he's a wrestler, but I don't follow wrestling. So I'm thinking defensive tackle or corner. So hopefully it's Jared Wilson. We'll find out here. I mean, Denver definitely wins this trade. Gets a nice 4th round pick. So I mean, we'll have to find out what it is. I'm personally, listen, I know you guys don't want to hear this, but I think it's if the Bears don't pick Mike Green, I think Detroit makes that move for Mike Green. It would make a lot of sense. So, but yeah, it's kind of funny. The Packers fans are booing him. He's enjoying himself. I don't follow wrestling, but I heard something about him. So apparently he's a wrestling champ. Just recently, I watched that Vince McMahon series on Netflix. It was really good. It was really, really good. I'm not a wrestling fan, but I kind of liked after watching that. I was a big McMahon fan. The Lions fans are booing him. Packers fans. Who would have thought the Lions and Packers fans are bonding together? But because he's a professional wrestler, he's going to take his time and not read this pick for a while. So the thing is, though, is that after he reads this pick, I think Detroit will have their pick ready to go. So yeah, they got celebrities and other guys. I heard about this ahead of time, is that he was going to do this. So. I wouldn't be either. Darius Alexander out Toledo would be the guy. The Bears pick Ozzie Trepilola, a tackle out of Boston College. I know he's a big dude. Some people think he could be a day one starter. I thought I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised here because the Bears like their tackles. It was the interior that they addressed in free agency. So I'm a little. I don't hate it. I thought it was maybe a little high here, but I mean, I thought that they could have got the impact player. I don't think he's going to start. Now here's a drill. If he starts, because the Bears have Anthony Wright out of Tennessee from 2 years ago, and they love that dude. So are you moving him over to the left side? I'm just not really a fan of that pick. I'll be honest. I don't get it. When DX was still there. Did you see the thing about Diamond Dallas Page? Starting that yoga company. If you haven't seen it, it was on Amazon. It was phenomenal. I almost bought into it, but like one of those videos was like the DVD was like $130. I'm like, no, I'm good. The Lions are making their pick. They wasted no time. Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't. I'm not a big fan of the pick either, Jeff. I don't get it because Anthony Wright's your starter. You signed the other tackle, and his name escapes me, but Slasher says he doesn't like this Lions pick here. It hasn't been made yet, so I don't know who it is. I'm kind of thinking it's Mike Green, but if you hate it, then it's not Green. Vegas picks next at 58. I think we're going to finally see Shadir Sanders off the board here at 58, and so you have to go from there. But I have no idea who this pick is. Dallas Diamond Page, yeah. I don't know if you saw that Netflix or Amazon special, but that video on YouTube where he helps that Army Ranger walk again. If you haven't seen it, it literally almost makes me cry. I was just telling somebody about it. Like it literally almost makes me cry. This dude was like in a wheelchair, and all these doctors said he couldn't help him. Dallas Diamond Page. At the very end of the video, he's sprinting down on a beach after all these doctors told him he'd be confined to a wheelchair forever. And it seriously, it seriously almost makes me cry. Like it's seriously, it's that awesome. I am scared. Wrestling actually has been really good. John Cena turning heel. That's been fun. I heard about it. I like John Cena as an actor. I don't know if you guys seen that Peacemaker thing. I rewatched it. If you haven't seen it, Peacemaker is fantastic. This is a good pick here. Tate Rutledge, a guard out of Georgia. I really like this pick for the Detroit Lions. This is solid. There's a good chance he wins the starting job. Worst case scenario, he comes in next year, because I know they signed somebody. They signed a guy from Baltimore who's 34, but this is a really, really good pick. I like this pick quite a bit, to be honest with you. It fills a need. There's a good chance he could start day one. So Slasher Lions have gotten a lot of grief for their drafts. Yeah, I think I don't know if you saw it, but I had Roar the Lions. I went on their show and they mentioned this guy. So yeah. Keys. I walked away for a couple minutes and came back to 10. Y'all talk about DDP. Y'all talk about DDP yoga. Yeah. And by the way, the Raiders are celebrating. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's the Lions. The Lions are celebrating. This Rutledge pick's pretty solid. Yeah, a lot of fans wanted him. Keys, Gooch said he was going to be on. I messaged him. He said he was going to be on, and he's not here. Keys, I'm glad to see you, brother. Yeah, I was expecting Gooch to be here. But it was funny. I messaged him earlier and he said, I asked, hey, let's start the stream 5 minutes early. I want to talk about winners and losers from day one. He said he was on board and he's MIA. Keaton has a date with triplets and he promised me that at least 2 of them were chicks. So I get that, but Gooch MIA. So if you can get a hold of him, tell him, hey, you know, so one of the guards is I think it was Zeitler or something like that, but there was a hole at guard. So I do like this here, and here's where I think we'll see Shadir Sanders here at 58 for the Raiders. I know I'm a broken record, but that's kind of what I'm seeing. It's Jack Beck, wide receiver out of TCU. I like the pick. I was expecting it to be Shadir Sanders, but Jack Beck is a Raider. Nice pick for the Raiders. not supposed to be a good athlete because he's white, but he's not a bad athlete. He's a big dude. He really, really good hands. I actually like this pick here for the Raiders. I thought it'd be Shadir Sanders. Instead, pretty solid pickup here for the Raiders. Get a guy with good hands, not really the downfield threat, but this is a very solid pick for the Raiders. I was actually thinking it was going to be Shadir Sanders, but TCU players are man, if I'd done anything with draft scouting, I'd jump on by an Amber Herded prospect. No, I get it. I 100% agree. Gooch just told me flat out. He said he had a draft, a mock draft in the second round that he was working on. I was fully expecting him to be here. So I don't know what happened to him. Hopefully he's okay, but I really thought he'd be here. Don't get me wrong. It's been a lot of fun doing it. I can always do this solo, but it's always more fun to have somebody here. So, but yeah. Glasgow will be gone next year. That's the name I was thinking of. Jalen Reagor, Quentin Johnston, Hunter Renfrow. And by the way, Hunter Renfrow is still a free agent. So Slasher's kid works out. The Lions have two future guards. Mahogany looked great last year in 3 games, so I'm not a Glasgow fan. I just wanted him replaced. No, I like to pick for the Raiders, or I'm sorry, for the Lions. A lot of people really liked them. This is very solid for the Raiders. I really thought it'd be Shadir Sanders. So you added a wide receiver who's a bigger receiver, who can make really good ball skills, can catch a lot of passes, and then you got Ashton Gentry. So you improved the skill position talent for a team. Skill position talent wise, minus Bowers, was one of the worst in football. So I think they do too. Baltimore is on the clock here, and like we were talking about Sanders in round 1, it looks like he's going to fall out of round 2 unless we see a trade. So Denver, now that they traded back, got an extra 4th round pick. It's going to be very interesting to see what Denver does here. So I get seriously. I could see him going. He could go to Chicago. He could go to Washington. He could go to Philly. So, but then you look, Glasgow got outplayed by the kids, ends up as backup. Seriously, I think Rutledge will probably start. It'll be fun. You have to keep me informed. He actually is trying to make a comeback. I saw he's trying to make a comeback. So. But, he's trying to make a comeback. He's been working out. There's some things going on there. He's trying to make a comeback. Here's the deal. Here's your picks in round 3. You got Giants and Chiefs. Neither one of those guys are going to take him. Cleveland and Vegas, both those teams could take him in round 3. You also could go Jalen Milroe here if you're Cleveland or Vegas. So very interesting. Lions are like the Eagles. They never go dry of offensive linemen. I think it's a really, really, really good pick for the Lions. I like this pick. I like it a lot. I like it a lot more than I liked our 1st round pick. I'll be honest with you. I liked their 2nd round pick a lot more than I liked their 1st round pick. So, and I wrote down Denver. I wrote down Denver. I have no idea why I did that. I didn't write down the trades. I thought Denver was picking, possibility Denver and Baltimore flip flop, but I thought Denver was up, and it's Baltimore. One Pride, you're right. It's a very good pick. Very good pick. If you're wondering why I just yawned, I work nights, so you actually I'm usually either asleep or I'm at my first job. So it's not because I'm not having fun. It's just I've been working a lot. So apologize for the yawn. Yeah, I think so too. I'm just wondering if we had to trade up. Well, I mean, I'm looking here. I mean, at 57, you didn't try. So, well, there was no off-field issues with Jameson Williams coming out of Alabama, none whatsoever. So, they're going to trade up for their edge. Gooch says he's trying to get there. Yeah, I for all indications, I thought he was coming in. So, Dan, if you guys get Amos, we get rebuilt. I would be happy with either one. I just have a hard time believing that Kansas City is going to draft two guys with injury issues. So, Pride, I honestly don't think we go after a D end, and that's the whole thing. Is like that's the whole reason why I love having you guys on here is because you guys tell me things about your team that I would not know. I thought edge was the number one priority, but apparently it's not. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot. Yeah. Vegas could have taken him. Vegas possibly could have taken him. Baltimore might have been interested. Baltimore, I get why you did it, but you did lose the trade value. But we'll see what Denver does here. So, who fits a 6'5"? Shamir Stewart. But it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with Sanders. But I mean, I thought he would go to Vegas, to be perfectly honest. The pick is in for Baltimore. I'm looking at their war room, and there's not a lot of clapping, or so. I'm kind of surprised. But Mike Green's 6'3", 250. Who is that? What school? Landon Jackson. Yeah, he fits that requirement. He's a really, really good player. The Browns, they need a receiver. They have Jerry Jeudy, Jamar Thrash, Cedric Tillman, and that's it. I mean, Jerry Jeudy was playing some really good ball towards the end. So it wouldn't surprise me if the Browns make a move maybe after June 1st. So there's one or two free agents. I know Elijah Moore, who they let go, was a guy I know. Amari Cooper and him are having a really good relationship, and then things kind of forgot about. But Landon Jackson, yeah. Ashton Gillett, DN from Louisville. That's a guy I kept hearing about going up boards. So, yeah. But Landon Jackson's a guy. And the Baltimore Ravens, the end is over. Mike Green is a Baltimore Raven. This is a home run for Baltimore. You can get him late, and that's okay. I'm just going to call him an edge here, but this is just a home run pick, and going at the end of round 2 is perfect. Yeah, I know the off-field issues scared a lot of teams. Baltimore, traditionally, I'm not going to say doesn't care, but they also have done some things where, they'll take players, But Mike Green led college football in sacks. The talent's tremendous. This is a guy who's going to have a day one impact. So, just great job. Yeah, it is. You get a guy as top 10 talent, bottom of the second round. Yeah. Oh, Jordan Birch. Jordan Birch is a defensive end out of Oregon. He would not. I would be shocked if we went round two. I know about him. I think he's more of a third, fourth round pick. Landon Jackson's a guy that I think Lions fans would love. To tell you the truth, I would love him as a Chief, but Chiefs really don't have a need for defensive end. But he's a guy I really like. Yeah. I think Mike Green's going to be good for the Ravens. That's a great pick. That's a great pick. The Broncos, this is interesting. Broncos take RJ Harvey, running back at University of Central Florida. I kind of like this pick. I mean, Austin Estamine is a guy I'm going to warn people about. Take him early in fantasy football because he's going to be good. But this is a nice pick at the bottom of the second round. This is a guy you want to get about 8 to 12 touches a game. And, he's not going to be the number one option, but he's going to be a guy that, hey, maybe you're down by a couple scores. This is the guy. So I like this pick. I don't love it. I mean, maybe it's a little rich here, but he's going to help out, and he goes to the right team. I mean, Sean Payton's going to be able to use him correctly. I like the pick for the Ravens. Don't like it for my Browns. That makes sense. I get that. Amos was another one of my guys. I think there's a good chance that if he doesn't go here to Washington, it wouldn't surprise me if Kansas City gets him. That's kind of my thought process. Oh, Gary Clark's oh God. I loved Gary Clark. Gary Clark. Oh man. I remember Funk would say anytime you mention an old time player. And Trey Amos is the pick. Great job here. I really like this pick here. This is a great fit. This is a great fit, and you also get excellent value. This is a great job here by Washington. Really like the Amos pick here. I'm drawing a blank on who they take in round one. They took Connerly. So a solid draft for Washington. Good chance that they get 2 day one starters. So, a lot of people do. I don't hate it. If you told me Blue's better than Harvey, I wouldn't fight you over it. But yeah, that's kind of what you're looking at. So. Pride plus, I think the Lions are overall happy with their defense. Remember all the injuries. They kept 9 out of first 10 games with 20 points or less. Yeah, Revel is going to the Chiefs. And the pick is in for Chicago. Let's see what the Bears do here. Made sense. I forgot McNeil's out for the first half of the season. I forgot he's out for the first half of the season. So I completely forgot McNeil's out for the first half of the season. So I completely forgot about that. So Josiah Stewart, I wouldn't hate that. You got some good players that are going to be available. You could have Landon Jackson. Jack Sawyer, I thought would go in round 2. He's still available. That's a really, really good player. You could also still go wide receiver here. It'll be interesting to see what Detroit does. This would be very interesting to see what goes on. So. There's a lot of speculation on Josiah Stewart becoming a Lion after he met with him so many times. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it does make sense. So after the Bears pick, we're going to have the Kansas City Chiefs, and I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of curious what the Chiefs could do here. I'm thinking corner. Azera Thomas out of Florida State's a possibility. Darius Alexander, defensive tackle out of Toledo, another possibility. Trying to think here who else would be. I have a man crush on Caleb Johnson out of Iowa, but the Chiefs already have 2 running backs very similar to him. I just read that Beach only asked Howie offense or defense last night instead of talking about who they're wanting to move up for. Jordan Birch. I could kind of make sense. Yeah, I have a major man crush on Caleb Johnson. And, it's funny because I was kind of hoping Henderson because he's a home run threat. Caleb Johnson's not a home run threat. And the Chiefs already got 2 running backs very similar to him, but I would not be at all mad if the Chiefs go Caleb Johnson because I do believe that I do believe that the Chiefs are going to draft 1, maybe 2 running backs. So. Cam Scatterbo is another. I think this is way too early for Scatterbo, but yeah, I agree completely too. I'm drawing a blank on the kid who ran the 4.32 out of Virginia Tech, but that was a guy that I really, really thought might be available later on, but I think so too. I think so too. Caleb Johnson is a guy that I really think that somebody's going to draft him, and he's going to be really good. My man crush is Barrett Carter plus yeah. And Iowa didn't have a lot of talent there. I mean, it's not like he was playing with a bunch of guys that are going to go, first, second round in the NFL draft. I mean, he was really kind of carrying a team on his shoulders. I really like that. And I think year one, because, okay, so let me get brain freeze here. The Bears chose defensive tackle Shamir Turner out of Texas A&M. That's a good pick. Somebody Kansas City might have been interested to. Like this pick for the Bears, but I'm kind of surprised because I really thought that they would go edge rather than defensive tackle. But keep in mind, Gervon Dexter, who they picked in the second round, I think 2 years ago out of Florida, was a guy I really liked. So And they also got Grady Jarrett from the Falcons. So I'm a little surprised about the pick. I mean, this is kind of where he would go, but I'm a little surprised about it. I'm not going to give it that good of a grade because I would have gone in a different direction. Kansas City is next. Kareem Hunt. I can't believe it. I forgot Kareem Hunt's name. He's only on a 1-year deal, so I would not have a problem. That's a possibility. Deion Walker for the Chiefs. I would love that. Yeah, and Kansas City picks at 63 and 66, and that's kind of who I really thought Kansas City might trade up, but they haven't got anybody. Dante Hall is going to make this pick. Very cool. Norman Lott's also a possibility. Also a possibility. So let's see here. The human joystick is making this. Keys. Omar Norman Lott, defensive tackle out of Tennessee. Little rich for him, but I don't hate it. I did think the Chiefs would go for a defensive tackle. This is a pass rush type of guy, a little undersized, but going to be very, very productive, especially in pass rush situations. I do think it's a little bit of a reach, so I'm not going to be completely on board with it, but yeah. Kobe Turner, Kobe Bryant at corner. God, I thought that was the guy that was drafted a couple of years ago, to be honest with you. God, Dante Hall was so much fun. Yeah, oh God, yes. Well, Chris Jones was a massive 5-tech who and Philly wasted no time with their pick. So he was a massive 5-tech who at times looked dominant but ran hot and cold. He was a little inconsistent. Lots of undersized pass rushing defensive tackle who I liked. It's a little rich, to be honest, but I really think that defensive tackle was something the Chiefs really, really, really needed to address. So I'm happy about it, but yeah, I'm delusional. Draft Shedeur at 65. You can't go wrong with Dart and Shedeur. I'll be honest with you. I'm shocked that he's gone and he's going to go in round 3. I am shocked. So, yeah, I'm kind of curious what Philly's going to do here. So, kind of curious what Philly's going to do here. Tyler showed before Shedeur is disrespectful. I am very surprised about that. I am very, very surprised about that. I think the interviews just went really, really bad. And I heard they weren't good, but I didn't think they would be bad enough to take him down. Show is a guy that all the tools in the world, just the injury issues, just really scare me. Just really, 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 really scare me. And that's what this guy is. Undersized, but productive, quick. I wasn't super high on him, but I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I thought Chiefs would go defensive tackle in round 1, but Harmon and Nolan went So I was thinking maybe corner, but you get Simmons in the bottom of round 1. You also get an extra 5th round pick from the Eagles. Love that. So you get a guy that he's going to play this year. I mean, let's be very clear. He is going to play this year. So I think more if he can develop show. I mean, listen. He's got all the tools in the world. All the tools in the world. It's just a question of can he stay healthy? Because if he does, he could start. He's good. I would have liked Nolan. Keys, do you like to pick for Kansas City? I have to think Keys likes it. Yeah, and we lost both those guys. The guys that we have, Mike Purnell, is not a pass rusher. A lot is so. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. There is another. No, I was thinking. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of. Out of Cincinnati. That's exactly who I was thinking of. The Eagles get Andrew Mukabuka. I love this kid. This is a great pick. And there was talk that he's too small. It doesn't matter. Ball skills, athletic, fast. He'll put on the NFL 20. The issue people had was that, he's like 185. He's all over the field. I love this kid. This is a great pick. Philly, really, really good draft. Really, really. This is a guy I really, really liked. The issue was he's small. So what? He'll put on some weight. The best part is about going to a team like the Eagles, he doesn't have to play right away. He'll play on special teams. And then once he puts on some weight, then he could be a full-time starter. This is a great pick. This is a great pick for the Eagles. Great job. 2 really, really, really good defensive players. So yeah, this is a really great draft for the Eagles. This is a guy under Vic Fangio. Vic Fangio is going to do a great job. And the Giants wasted no time. The Giants have the first pick in the 3rd round, and the Giants waste no time here. Waste no time. Yeah, I was thinking that. I was thinking Darius Alexander out of Toledo would be a guy who can play all 3 downs, but Lott will contribute right away. It's a great pick for Philly. Really great pick. Slasher, yeah, that's a great pick. It's a really, really, really great pick. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. And here's another thing: he'll put on some weight, but I mean, the one thing I don't like is that so they picked up Jerry Tillery from the Chargers. He was originally drafted by the Raiders. He's a guy I love. He's a 6'6", 290 guy. I thought they were going to have to go after bigger, longer guys, not short and stocky. So, but yeah, the Eagles. That's a good pick. Eagles, I don't know how they do it. They win games in draft. Yeah, over the last 4 years, I've been doing draft grades. I think the lowest grade I've given the Eagles is a B+. And the Eagles have just done as good as anybody drafting. They've just done a fantastic job. I will say I'm surprised to see Veach draft away from a high RAS score. I'm not familiar with. I don't follow the RAS scores like you do. I don't know what Lott's RAS score is. I just know that he was productive. thought maybe Alexander from Toledo, who I liked quite a bit, would be better. This is more of a rotational tackle, but I don't hate it. I just don't love it. Darius Alexander. Johnny Knox is too small, and he got floated in half backwards, diving for loose. So we'll see. So rounds 1 and 2 are in the books here. We are here for round 3. It's going to be Giants, Chiefs, Browns, in Vegas. I'm really surprised we haven't seen Sanders off the board. Maybe go here. I doubt it. Jason Sehorn's going to make this pick. Really, really good player. That was one of the worst looking injuries I've ever seen in the NFL. Theismann getting hurt. Darius Alexander's the pick here. This is the guy I would have preferred, but this is a good pick for the Giants here. Get some defensive line help. I mean, you got 3 pass rushers. Why not go with the big man as well? You need some help in other areas, but I do like this pick here. I would have preferred Alexander to Kansas City, to be perfectly honest. So, but we'll see what Kansas City has as they're up next at 66. So. I think Holmes might trade down at 103. Definitely a possibility. So the pick's already in. So Kansas City wasted no time. I had my eyes on it. Yeah, I would have been happier with Alexander over Lott. I would have been much happier if Alexander over Lott. I don't hate it. I liked Alexander better. He was a guy that I think that if he played in the SEC, he would have been a first-round pick. So it's good move by the Giants. They also exercised Kayvon Thibodeaux's 5th-round option. So tons of talent on that front 7. They need some help on the back end. I know they attacked it in free agency. Javon Holland, one of my favorite players. This is a good one. Ashton Gillette. Edge rusher in the Chiefs defense, he's going to be an outside linebacker out of Louisville. This is a good pick for this is a bigger dude who can do a little bit of everything. I like this guy quite a bit. I actually like Gillette more than I like a lot. But I like this pick here for Kansas City. I kind of was thinking Ravel here maybe, but I like this pick quite a bit. So the Chiefs, 2 pieces on the front 7. It's something they like to do. So they just solidified their front 7 a little more. I'm going to call this an edge, but I'm telling you right now, he's going to be an outside linebacker for Kansas City. So like that pick. Cleveland at 67. Is this it? So, oh wow, I remember the Utley one. The Utley one scared the crap out of me. Yes, Bags. 2 picks here. Ashton Gillette, poor man. George Karlaftis, but I like the pick. I like it more than Lott, to be honest with you. I like it more than Lott, but Keys, you like this pick? Other than the Jackson Dart pick, the Giants has done pretty well. I like Alexander quite a bit. You're just, if you need some help on the back end, but I would have liked another corner, but where you're picking at, Alexander, great value. And Abdul Carter could be a monster. You did sign Kayvon Thibodeaux, so you're locked in there. So you got a lot of players in that front 7. It's got to work. The Giants got to go to the playoffs, or a lot of people get fired. So, great pick, Dan. I like this Gillette kid. I like this Gillette kid. That is a steal. Yeah. I thought you guys would have more offensive line in the draft because how awful it was in the Super Bowl. I was not. We picked up the guy, forget his name, from San Francisco. When Trent Williams went down, he came in and replaced him. He was so. The plan is to start him. There's a battle from Sua Matea, Jeremy Penei Sewell's cousin, and Cal Lundo, who started at guard last year when they kicked Thuney to tackle to go ahead and play center and I'm sorry, guard. So, and the one thing about Sua Matea is I thought that even though you kick him inside, I didn't think his career is over at left tackle. So I wasn't really expecting the Chiefs to invest heavily on a rookie to protect Patrick Mahomes' blind side. And I think with Simmons, I think the plan is to kind of bring him along slowly, not just throw him out there. I don't think he'll start day one. He may start in 2026, but I'm not sure he's going to play this year. We'll find out. But no, I was really expecting defensive tackle and corner. I was really expecting defensive tackle and corner. But this Gillette pick I like. The Browns go after Walker, defensive tackle from Kentucky. He's another guy I really like. He's another guy I really, really, really like. Bufa, offensive tackle, defensive tackle, edge, solid moves made by the Chiefs. They lost a couple of D linemen, rotational pieces last couple of years. Seems like they're really addressing it. I agree completely. I don't like that by this pick. It kind of means that FAU, the Chiefs' first round pick a couple of years ago, they're basically just saying, yeah, we messed up. You don't draft a guy to replace him. Now keep in mind, Monahue's only on a 1-year deal. Karlaftis, you may be playing hardball with him too. So, but the Browns here at 67, is this where Shedeur Sanders finally goes? No, Harold Fannin Jr., tight end out of Bowling Green. This is interesting because Njoku was injured for a large part of the offense, and with him down, it was really, really hard. This is a guy who was the MAC Player of the Year as a tight end. This is a dude who I really thought with a great combine could have gone into round one because he looked really, really good. Didn't have a great combine, but he's very athletic. Won MAC Player of the Year as a tight end, only tight end to ever win MAC Player of the Year. So it's very interesting that they went that route. But I heard Fannin Jr. An interesting pick here for the Browns. Interesting that the Browns are addressing offense. You get Mason Graham and then two players that can help out either Flacco or Kenny Pickett. I think Kenny Pickett's going to win that battle, by the way. So. And the Raiders are on the board here at 68. So, yeah, I thought I was thinking Shedeur Sanders. Everyone plays edge now, man. I do too, Funk. I do too. I don't like this edge thing. That's one thing me and you completely agree about. I'm trying to go away from 4-3-3-4 and playing odd and even fronts, because everybody plays base nickel. But yeah, I agree completely. Has a similar frame to FAU now after 2 years of Chiefs building up his frame. Bottom line, I need to see more from FAU. I think this kind of spells the end. This is not Shedeur Sanders. It's Darren Porter out of corner out of Iowa State. Interesting pick. I don't hate it. They need a corner. For those of you that don't know, he's the guy that ran the 4.3. He's like 6'2", 195, ran a 4.3. A little raw, but overall, I like the pick. The Raiders need help at corner. I need help at corner and safety. So, I'm a little surprised that Shedeur Sanders wasn't the pick, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Overall, I like this pick by the Raiders. Al Davis would have loved it. So, he's a little bigger than FAU. To be honest with you, I was not a fan of the FAU pick at all, but I was not a fan of the FAU pick. Not even a little bit. So, Jeffrey Champion will draft 1 or 2. They probably will. Veach will take. I can promise. Here's the thing: the Chiefs are going to take a running back, and they are going to take a corner. I'm not sure where, but they're going to draft those 2 positions. I promise. Yeah, I think 2026 you see a crazy 3-way competition. See who sticks at left tackle as Sumatea just shows out crazy at left guard, which I think he might. I do think he will. I think he'll win that position at guard, but just because he wins that position at guard doesn't mean you got to roll him out at left tackle. But I think that because Simmons is the draft pick, I think he's future left tackle. But again, if you get injured in college, are you going to be completely healthy in the pros? It's always a big question, but it's good risk. So, yeah, he was such a good player. There's an old expression in the NFL. It's always better to let go of a player 1 year too late, or 1 year too early than 1 year too late. And since he was at the final year of his contract, and they had to figure out how to pay Trey Smith, so I get why they did it, but God, it hurt. The Patriots are up year. Thank you, Browns. Thank you for getting offensive players here. Yeah, good job. I like what they did here. This is an interesting selection. If Keys was here, I'd love to hear what he says. New England at 69 takes Kyle Williams, wide receiver out of Washington State. This is the guy I like. This is interesting because you go ahead and you get some weapons here. Both these pens are not working very well. But you get some weapons for your young quarterback here, and I like this here. This is a good player. And this is decent value. Let me see here. Who did they draft? So they drafted Will Campbell. Then they came back and drafted Trayvon Henderson, a player I really like. So then they come back and get a wide receiver that's pretty solid. So left tackle, running back, receiver, like what the Patriots have done so far. Detroit traded up again to 70. You are correct. So Detroit, always an interesting team come draft time. Always an interesting team come draft time. And the suit's cool. I can't pull it off, but the suit is cool. It's got to be for an edge. Jackson. Yeah, Jackson, that would be a good pick. Very well might be Stewart. I personally want Barrett Carter, but I wouldn't be mad on who they take. Why do you like him? Why do I like Kyle Williams, or why do I like Landon Jackson? Let me know which one. Landon Jackson or Kyle Williams. I like the fact that for Kyle Williams, I like the fact that you're addressing your offense, left tackle, running back, receiver. I like that quite a bit. Landon Jackson's a guy I thought could have gone in the first round. This is interesting. Isaac Tesla, wide receiver out of Arkansas, big white dude. more speed than you would think. About 6'3", 215, ran a 4.4. They had some issues at quarterback at Arkansas, so you got to take that into consideration. I'm a little surprised here. Here's the details on this pick, though. This is, oh God. So Detroit picks up the 70th pick. They pick up pick 182 and a 2026 6. Jacksonville will get a third-round pick 102, and a 2026 third and a 2026 other third. Oh my God, that's a terrible trade for the Lions. This has got to pan out. Wow. Wow. That's a lot, man. That is a lot. Geez. They're entertaining, man. The Lions are fun come draft time. The Pats pick, I like the fact that you're giving your young quarterback weapons. You do the offensive line, you need to do that. A home run threat at running back, a guy that I thought could have gone early first. I like that. Then you draft a receiver who can help you out. This is a guy that was productive. What I don't like, the Pac-12, whatever you want to call it now, not elite conference, not elite physical traits. This is a guy who'd be better suited to be like a number 2, number 3 guy. And the Patriots don't have a number 1, but I like the kid a lot. Wildly productive. Pac-12, not the highest level of competition, but I like the pick. Jeffrey Champion, Kelsey's replacement will be back from injury. Rice will be back, solidified EO tackle. Should be able to score more. Defense will take a step back. Offense should take a step forward. Yeah, Hollywood Brown. The Chiefs had big plans for Hollywood Brown, and he missed basically the whole season. When Rashee Rice went down, the Chiefs just tried to fix some things. Sua Mateo was the plan to start at left tackle. That didn't pan out. Isaiah Pacheco went down with an injury, so keep in mind, Chiefs still won 15 games. So, yeah. He's a guy I like too. I tell you the truth, I thought maybe he might go before Williams, but I'm not mad at Patriots here. A lot of comments here. I forgot to write down the Lions pick here. Perry, why don't you guys like an edge rusher? At Slasher, it's Holmes, not us. Big kid to play the X. He is a big kid. Patrick is old, has 1 year on the deal, plus the OC likes to go deep. Size speed combination, just not a lot of production, but Arkansas didn't throw the ball a lot. God, you gave up a lot for him, man. Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised. I'm a little surprised. God, the Lions are fun come draft day. I didn't get the name of it here. You know what? Let me see here. I wonder if I can just rewind it here a little bit. Here, okay, so hold on here. Let me get the name here. I think it's pronounced Tesla too. Just like the cars everybody hates. Actually, it's funny. My neighbor just got one. He was just telling me about it, and he freaking loves it. So I ordered Chinese takeout, and Dan's buttery smooth mouth put me in a mini coma. Who did the Broncos grab? And tell me about them. They drafted R.J. Harvey, small running back out of the University of Central Florida. I like the kid. I like the kid mainly because it's a good fit for what Sean Payton wants to do on offense. He's not going to be the bell cow back, but he's a guy that you want to get about 8 to 12 touches to, kind of a home run threat. So I like the kid. I like the kid. And also like that you traded down, got some extra picks. So, yeah. Holmes will not take an edge. Do you have any picks left? You're giving up. Sorry about that. I apologize. They gave up 2026 third-round picks plus a fourth or something like that. Gave up quite a bit. If he pans out, it works. But God, they gave up a lot. I actually thought he was a lot more productive than that, though. I just remember St. Brown. I remember him like having. I just remember having like a second round grade on him, but I thought his ceiling was wide receiver number 2. This guy, it's more of a question mark. He's a guy. Look, I don't have a problem with him going 70. It's a little high, but I do have a problem trading and giving up a lot for him. That's something I have a big problem. So they gave up. They were showing it's 2 number 2s here. So let me back up here. So they give up the third round 102 this year and 2, not just 1, but both 2026 third round picks according to this. So yeah, they gave up this year. They gave up a total of 3. They get a 6th round pick. So yeah. It's a big price, man. It's a big price. So they give up this year's and 2 next year's. I'm not sure how that worked out, but yeah. It's a lot, man. But if he pans out, I mean, look, you're a 14-win team. The Saints picked defensive tackle Vernon Brockton out of Texas. The Sanders, I was really expecting Sanders to be the pick here for a team like the Saints. Kind of like this pick, but I kind of liked it. But they the one thing is that they do have defensive tackles. I was really thinking edge here, but I don't hate this pick here. He's a big dude. I maybe a little high, but this is kind of where I thought he would go. I think Texas had some other issues, or I'm sorry, I thought the Saints had some other issues that they may want to address. So, but let's see here. They go defensive tackle. They went offensive tackle, and they had a quarterback. So kind of some interesting picks here for the Saints. The Bills are up at 72. You can't waste draft capital when you're paying your core guy big money. If they gave up next year's 102 and like a pick in the 90s, yeah, that's right. So yeah, it's like free picks. It's still a lot, man. It's still a lot. But if it pans out, it works out. But I mean, they kind of lost the trade compensation battle there, but it depends on how much he hasn't. Yeah, I'm with you, Jeffrey. I really thought that this would be what a great pick. Landon Jackson, defensive end out of Arkansas. What a great pick here by Buffalo. What a great pick here. This is a guy I thought could have gone late first. This is a guy I really liked his tape. Then he goes to the combine and just had a really, really good combine. I thought he would have gone much sooner. The Bills get a really good player, and this is a position of need too. So this is a really good football player. Out of the next couple teams coming up, Jets could definitely take him. Denver won't. San Francisco here could be the pick. Dallas, maybe. New England, Arizona, Houston will not. Indy probably won't. Cincinnati won't. Tennessee, Pittsburgh. So, Jets just got a great player. I love FSU defensive players. I didn't know. I just remember when they got in 2022. Oh, freak. I forgot his name already. He got out of Florida State. He missed almost all of last year. So, if the kid hits in the trade's fine. If it sucks, we won't know. Yeah, it's that. You're right. But they gave up a lot. And this is, I didn't think he'd go that far. So Isaiah Thomas, corner out of Florida State. This is a great pick. Now, he fell because he ran a bad 40 time. But his tape was solid. Played really, really good at the Senior Bowl, but then he ran a bad 40. This is a good pick. This is a really, really good pick. Give Aaron Glenn and the Jets some credit. Big corner, just ran a bad 40 time. This is a good pick. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. My neighbors are slamming some doors here. It's kind of funny because up until now, keep in mind I work a lot, but I haven't had a lot of noise going on here. But I like this pick for the Jets. I really like this pick for the Jets. So yeah, that Fannin kid can play. I think he didn't have a good combine, but he had a really good Senior Bowl. One MAC player of the year as a tight end. That's really, really hard to do. Kind of reminds me a low key of Trey McBride. Keep in mind, Bowling Green and Colorado State aren't really the same tiers, but they're both smaller school players, and that's who he kind of reminds me of. So yeah. Yeah, they overpaid, but yeah, I agree. I agree. Dan needs to go feed his chained up. Oh, jeez. Slasher, no one wants to hear about FU. Oh God, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, it's funny. I haven't heard any noise. There's only one time I heard some noise since I moved here. This is my new apartment. I guess I haven't told you. So the other place, I'm actually having problems with them. They gave me like a tenth of my security deposit back, even though I like everything they said that had to be replaced. I documented that it was broken, and so I'm fighting with these idiots again. But it's just frustrating. But no, I moved to this wonderful apartment. It's just several $100s more expensive, but it's really nice. This is the first time I've really had. Second time I've had any noise. I've been here for about 2 months. So, but it's a great apartment. Great apartment, and the location's fantastic. It's closer to both jobs. It's also so my other job with homeless people, we call them Mr. Green. So I've seen a few homeless people. The homeless situation here in Vegas is not particularly desirable, but there's been no issues so far. So. Denver Gator, you're right. Screw Jared Verse. Yeah, I do need a sugar mama. You know, it's funny. There's a few guys at my new job. They're like, you know, are you gonna settle down? Maybe settle down and get married. And it's like, yeah, I'm not that guy. Oh, I'm not that guy. Maybe Keaton will be. He's got a date with triplets tonight, so that's why he's not here. He's got a date with triplets. Gooch, I have no idea why Gooch wasn't here. I actually messaged him earlier on X. I left my phone somewhere else. I think it's over there. I'm not really sure. But so I didn't text him, but I have no idea where Gooch is. I messaged him on Twitter, and he said he had his second round mock draft. So yeah, I kept the Spawn chair. I got Max for a month, maybe two, and they have Spawn. I haven't watched it. They only have a few episodes. They don't have all of them, but that was a great show. I got a kick out of it. I got a kick out of it. There was supposed to be a movie, but I guess it didn't happen. So, oh God, that sucks. Yeah. Yeah, but I like I said, I messaged him earlier in the day, and I was expecting him to be here, so I was a little surprised. Keaton, I knew wasn't going to be here, so Denver Gator pick number 74 is up. It's in the books here. We'll see who they choose. Pick one. Was a Marion Hampton, or I'm sorry, Jadid Burden, great pick. And then pick two was where was it? It was I know it was that running back out of Central Florida. I'm trying to see where it is on my sheet. So here it is, pick number 60. Pat Bryant, wide receiver out of Illinois. Little surprised here. I'll be honest, but does fit the mold. Big receiver. Not overly productive, but not bad. I really don't hate it. Might have gone in a different direction, to be perfectly honest, but I don't hate it. Speaking of things I don't hate. Gooch!
What's up, brother?
Man, what's up, man? I listen, I'm just glad that you're safe. Keaton hit me up. He's got a date with triplets. He said he's guaranteeing me that at least two of them are girls this time. So
Hey.
yeah. So he's going to have some fun. But I'm glad you're here, man. Listen, carte blanche. What? I mean, it's been a crazy draft. I've
been trying to keep up, man. Keys was trying to hunt me down, and I'm trying to get there. Like, of course, on 50% week, everybody's trying to show they're behind. So then I had to show them who they actually worked for, and I could show my behind worse and get away with it. And it's been a whole thing. But I have a question. Has Shedeur been drafted yet?
No. No, we are 11 picks into round 3. But here's okay. So the Saints at 40, Tyler Shuck, the quarterback out of Louisville.
Seriously?
Goes to the Saints, and let me double check here. Goes to the Saints at 40, and I'm floored.
And see there, because after we did last night, and that's crazy round 1 was, I had Jalen Milroe going there.
So here's the deal. Pittsburgh, okay, so Dallas is picking next. Pittsburgh, so listen to this here. So listen to these teams. How many of these teams are going to draft a quarterback? Dallas, Carolina, Arizona, Houston, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Tennessee.
I mean, maybe Indianapolis.
That's it.
Maybe.
That's it. Pittsburgh could end up with Milroe or Sanders without trading up. How crazy is that?
That's nuts. And I see the Chiefs stayed and picked up defensive tackle.
Yeah, Omar Norman Lott, defensive tackle out of Tennessee. Kind of a reach in my opinion, but he's going to produce right away. I mean, he's going to be a pass rusher. This is a good one. Dallas gets Shavon Rivell Jr. out of East Carolina. Really like that pick for the Cowboys. Really like this pick for the Cowboys. He had a first round grade before the ACL. Big, strong, fast. But tore his ACL, tore it early, but he didn't participate in anything. This is a good move for Dallas. One of my favorite picks here. I mean, just in case you didn't hear, Mike Green goes to Baltimore at pick number 59. So Gooch is stunned silent here. Gooch is stunned, stunned silent here. But I'm glad to have him here. Great pick by Carolina. Pick number 75, Nick Martin, linebacker out of Oklahoma. Undersized, very fast, going to fit in that defense like a hand in a glove. The other defensive tackle I thought was mismatched, but this one is a good one. This last pick, Nick Martin, but Shavon Rivell, corner out of East Carolina, great pick. Great pick. Carolina at 77, Princely Uamalian, edge rusher out of Ole Miss. Undersized, good pass rush skills, and can get after the quarterback. I like that pick for Carolina. Gooch, are you there, brother?
I'm still here, brother, and it's good to see Carolina going defense. I like that.
No, I do too. It was a good pick. What about Shavon Rivell going to Dallas?
I don't know. Who knows what Jerry's thinking?
I think it's a great pick, man.
I don't know. You've got so many other needs. Like, did they finally draft a running back? I didn't see.
Dallas. Let's see. What did they do here? They drafted Booker. They drafted your boy. They drafted Donovan. They got a pair of edge rushers. So no, they drafted a pair of edge rushers. They got Donovan E. From Boston College.
They finally got Donnie East. Somebody finally picked him up.
Yeah, Dallas got him. I thought it was a great job by Dallas. Dallas got him at where did they get him? At 44. It's a good move. Ton of crazy trades, man. A ton of crazy trades. And how the hell many wide receivers do the Texans need? Yeah, so let's see here. What did the Texans? The Texans got Higgins. Well, they got Iracy. No, unless I missed it, that's the only two players the Texans have. So, but man, it's been a fun draft so far. Kansas City at 66, Ashton Gillette, the edge rusher out of Louisville. I'm going to call him an edge rusher, but he's more of an outside linebacker. Do you know anything about this guy? Gooch. All right, so Gooch is little MIA here. We'll get back to Gooch a little later here. Kind of driving. He's in traffic, but when he'll get back to us later on. What grade do I have for the Browns so far? I have to go over the trades in order to give you an accurate description of what I want to do. But I really like what the Browns have done so far. With the trades, somewhere I'll be honest, I really like the trades. I also really like the Fannin pick. Quishon Jenkins, I think it's a little rich. So I couldn't do an A, but I somewhere between a B and a B plus. I'm going to see what the rest of the draft has to offer, but keep in mind, I love what they did in the draft. So. Talking about Jalen Noel after taking his former Iowa State teammate plus Christian Kirk and Justin Watson. I mean, you lost Diggs, you lost Dell, Nico Collins had some, missed some time with injuries. I don't have a problem with it. I didn't know they drafted Noel, to be perfectly honest with you. They drafted Jaden Higgins. They drafted Iracy. Noel hasn't been drafted yet. So, yeah, they love Iowa State wide receiver. I like running backs. Yeah. So Jordan Birch, edge rusher out of Oregon. We were talking about him earlier. He's the pick for Arizona. I like what Arizona's done so far in this draft. Really, really like what Arizona's done. This is a good fit for Arizona. I hate doing Funk. I agree with you completely. I am not a big fan of using the edge rush thing, but yeah, I'm going to use edge rush here. So, yeah, I do too. I had a higher grade on Henderson. I think he would have been a better fit. And also, I was also, keep in mind, I was fully expecting Nick Chubb to be re-signed. The Houston Texans are up next at 79 here. Probably not going wide receiver. So we'll see what they do here at 79 here. So, yeah, that's what I was expecting. So why draft a guy like Judkins, who does basically the same thing when you want to draft Henderson, who's more, different type. Jalen Noel. I guess you are ahead of me. Wow. Yeah. Now I get what you're talking about. I like the player here. I'm a little confused because I don't think you need this many players on at wide receiver. I now I understand what you're talking about because I did not before. Yeah, am I just behind or something? Because I went backwards here. Oh, okay, I am behind. Okay, I'm sorry, I am behind. I went backwards to take a look at a pick, and then so I got behind. So I'm sorry. Yeah, so I was backwards looking at something, so I missed out here. So let me get back caught up here because I'm a little behind. Justin Whaley, a corner out of Minnesota, is the pick here. And then, okay, let me get back to live. Yeah, I'm still doing, Dylan Fairchild, the guard. I actually do like that pick for us, Cincinnati. I like that pick quite a bit. Yes, I still have YouTube TV. I'm thinking about switching up, but right now I'm going to stick with it. So. All right, make sure I am back up live. Okay, so I am live now, so I apologize. You're watching. No, okay, yeah, I got YouTube TV, and I've been sticking with that. I've been kind of a fan of it. I may switch here in the future, but right now I really like YouTube TV. There seems to be a lag, and then they did raise their price recently, but I like it so far. I did Max for a month because I did Netflix, and I failed canceling it twice, so finally I had to call the helpline, and they had to do it for me. I was kind of mad, but so I did Max for a month through YouTube TV. I might cancel it. I don't know. We'll see. But they have some interesting stuff. Quinton Jenkins is Nick Chubb's replacement, in my opinion, because we have Jerome Ford, who's more of a speed receiving back. See, I thought Ford was Nick Chubb's replacement, and I think you needed a speed back. I didn't really consider Ford the speed back. I considered him more of the bigger back. We'll see which player is more productive. I think Henderson would have been a better pick. That's kind of the only problem I have. Yeah, I love YouTube TV. Exactly. I don't want my first 2-3 hours of work every month going to my TV bill. That's my life, and it's also like, God, I seriously, I have like a mountain of credit card debt I'm trying to get out of. That's why I'm no longer on YouTube. I'm trying to get my finances ironed out, but hopefully I can get back on doing more on YouTube. So could you see? Yeah, Dylan Fairchild. I'd like to move for the Bengals. Bengals have had a pretty decent draft. Shamir Stewart, boomer bust, not sold on that. But then they turned around and Demetrius Knight, not bad. Probably may surprise you and start. Then Dylan Fairchild. Not excellent value, but there's a good chance they got 3 starters in the first 3 rounds, and that's pretty rare. So I have to give some credit. Shamir Stewart, I know yesterday Gooch and Gooch and baby. Gooch and Keaton were trying to tell me that sacks weren't the necessary thing that you need for getting after the quarterback. Look, man, 4.5 sacks in 3 years for a guy who needs whose jobs to get after the quarterback bothers me. But one thing about Cincinnati is that you got 3 guys. You got 3 guys that could be day 1 starters. Pick 82 is in. It's Kevin Winston Jr., safety out of Penn State. Got injured. This is a guy that could have maybe gone in the first round. This is a really, really good pick for Tennessee. I have not liked what Tennessee's done so far, but this is a great pick. Missed some games due to a knee injury, but looked like he was going to go in the first round. I like this pick here in the draft. So pick number 83, the Pittsburgh Steelers. It has to be a quarterback, doesn't it? Did the Chiefs just find their Tershawn Washington replacement, Norman Lott? All I can say is you don't use it. No. It is about pressures, but it's somebody's got to get the sacks. Look, if your job is to sack the quarterback and you could make millions, it's not, you need to get more than 4.5. I'm sorry. Caleb Johnson I was predicting that the Steelers Caleb Johnson would be a perfect fit for Pittsburgh. And I really thought Pittsburgh would trade up into the second round and get their quarterback, but apparently they're happy here. But I'm telling you right now, Caleb Johnson would be a fantastic addition to the Steelers. I love this kid. So we're going to see what happens here with Pittsburgh. I can't think of the guy's name, but the guy out of Virginia Tech ran the 4.32, and Caleb Johnson is the pick. This is a great pick. Apparently, Milroe or Sanders is not wanted. This is a great pick for the Steelers. In the fourth round, I could see that. I could see that. There's a lot of places that you could trade up here too. Tampa Bay, New England, Chargers. I think all these teams, could be trade bait here. This is a great pick for the Steelers, though. Great pick. But as far as Milroe and Sanders going in round 4, I'm floored. Absolutely floored. Simeon Rice is coming out again. He's getting a kick out of it. Simeon Rice is a really good player, folks. Simeon Rice is a really good player. Sanders may not get. You never know at this point, man. At this point, I have no idea. Tampa Bay takes Jacob Parrish, a corner out of K-State. This is a really, really good pick for Tampa Bay. Really good pick for Tampa Bay. Small and undersized, but it would not surprise me if he's a day one starter at nickel. Physical, tough, like this kid. It's kind of hard not to like guys that, are overly aggressive. And Kansas City makes a trade. Kansas City's moved up in the draft. The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock here at 85. Definitely not taking the quarterback, but I'm kind of curious what Kansas City's going to do here at 85. The Chiefs trading up pretty high here. So they've gone defensive line. I'm going through my head here to try to think of who they may take. Charles Grant, maybe. Offensive tackle William and Mary's a possibility. Joshua Farmer I have a hard time trading up for another defensive tackle, but Yeah, you're Jeffrey. Yeah, this is a great pick. Noel Williams, corner out of Cal. This is interesting. This is a good pick. Chiefs like big long corners. This is a big long corner. I thought he could have gone in the second round. This is a really good pick. This is a really, really good pick. They're showing highlights of him doing a pick six against Miami. This is a guy that I really like. Could have gone in the second round, had 7 interceptions last year, really good ball skills. He's long. This is a good pick for the Kansas City Chiefs. Really good pick. He went to Cal, so you know he's a smart dude. I was adamant the Chiefs were going to take a corner. Kind of forgot about this guy, but this is a really, really good pick. Really good pick for the Kansas City Chiefs. I just heard some morons say Caleb Johnson's very similar to Najee Harris. Say what the hell they've been watching. They couldn't be any more different. I think the only thing about him that's really similar is coming out of Alabama. He was about the same size and build, but he was more of a physical runner. The one thing about Caleb Johnson, I'd like to see more of him, is run over people. But no, they're very different type of players. Najee Harris, after year one, put on 20 pounds so he could run in between the tackles. I could see Caleb Johnson maybe trying to shed 5 to 10 pounds so he's a little quicker. So, but yeah, he was. Yeah, this is a great pick for the Kansas City Chiefs. This is just an absolutely great pick. So, yeah, the Chiefs GM just really, really, really good job. Really good job in this draft. They got an extra 5th round pick for going down. Then they got maybe the best left tackle in the draft, barring injury. And the Kansas City Chiefs could also kind of afford to take a roll of the dice there, especially at that position. Watt, I thought, was a reach. The kid out of Louisville. Gillette, like him, but Noah Williams, yeah. And that's really what I thought the Chiefs would do. I really thought the Chiefs would be drafting heavy on defense. I do think we're going to take a running back. Perry says, Chris Reach, don't panic. Brad Holmes does. They probably need another wide receiver, running back, and defensive line along the rest of the way. I don't agree with receiver. We got Juju Smith-Schuster, Hollywood Brown, Xavier Worthy, Rice. Was it the kid who won the kick and punt return job? Remigio. I like that kid quite a bit. Maybe it's time to give up on Sky Moore, but I know the Chiefs like him. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get one late. But I think we'll go running back before we go receiver. And I wouldn't be surprised if we go defensive tackle and another corner. But no Williams, this is just a home run of a pick. Really, 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 really like it. The trade compensation, I have no clue. I'll when the draft is what I'll do is after this ends, I'll take a little bit of a break, and I'll come back and I'll write down all the trades that happened and get that in there. So Juju is pretty washed. Hollywood on 1-year deal. Marigio hasn't shown Jackson's a receiver. Lost Justin Watson to the Texans. Hardman is gone. Morris a scrub. Rice likely to be. You got some good points, Keys. I really like Juju Smith-Schuster, and I also really like Hollywood Brown. I'm banking on them to do a little more. Chargers, Jamar Caldwell, defensive tackle out of Oregon. Big man. Like this pick here. The value's okay, but I like what the Chargers are doing. They're just building throughout the trenches. They're just trying to become big and physical. And I like it. I like it. Maybe a little bit of a reach, but I like the identity. I like the fact that they're just trying to become this big physical football team. So, yeah. So I'm definitely saying why this makes a lot of sense. Keys, it makes a lot of what you're just spitting facts, man. God, I miss having you on. Shedeur Sanders' brother prank called him and said he wasn't an NFL team that was going to take him, recorded it, posted it. Oh God, that's a dick move, man. That's a dick move. Yeah, I would be pissed too. Quinn Ewers. No, Quinn Ewers is still available. Tell you the truth, this is kind of where I thought Quinn Ewers would go, but since Milroe and Sanders aren't here, so I don't know. Here's the thing about Juju is that he came in preseason. I like the fact that he's going to be here for the whole offseason, and hopefully whatever. I remember Gooch telling me he had a 75-year-old knee. But I'd like to think if Hollywood can stay healthy, he's going to be dangerous. Juju Smith-Schuster, I love in Kansas City, as option 3 or 4. So, yeah, that's a dick move, man. That's a real dick move. Keys, if it's on TikTok, I don't have TikTok, but if you have the ability to send it to me, will you? I don't have TikTok though, but if you can, send it to me. So, Packers fans are just going nuts. Packers fans, they're picking. I want to say that Jerry Kramer and I know who that is. I'm just drawing a blank on who that is. I know who it is. This is interesting. Savon Williams, wide receiver. I'll be honest. I don't get this pick at all. I mean, you went receiver in round 1. I don't get why you go back to the well again. I nothing against the player. I just don't. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I mean, you have a bunch of young receivers, 2 really athletic. I don't get this at all. I mean, I thought I was a little surprised about Golden, and then this guy. I'm going to give them a bad grade because of Golden here. I just thought there's a lot of holes in this defense, and you go 2 wide receivers and tackle. So, thank you, hey brother, thank you. Deion's done a lot of good things. I would disagree with that. He's done a lot of good things over the years, not just being a coach, but also helped out on the community. But I don't agree with that. But you're not the only person to say that, though. I'm going to have to kind of look at this Javon Williams. I don't get why Green Bay's drafting a pair of receivers. Somebody can explain it to me, please. but I don't get it. Williams and Fulton allows McDuffie to slide back inside. I do agree with that. And that's where he plays his best at. Jacksonville, Caleb Renshaw, corner out Tulane. I like this move. I like this move. Really fast player. Little raw, but really good speed. This is kind of where I thought he would go. Little raw, but overall pretty good pick here. I kind of like this. The 4.33 speed will come in handy. Yeah, can somebody explain? Can somebody explain me why Green Bay took a pair of receivers? I'm still floored by that. No, I don't think that does it at all. I actually think the way the corner, I think Watson and Kristen Fulton will fight for corner number 2, and I think Williams and I love that. I absolutely love the guy coming out of Fayetteville State. Wasn't it Joshua Williams? Was it Williams and Williams? So that's the only thing I could think of. I got to think that somebody's going to have to be traded away. I know Watson had the injury. I thought Dobbs was playing some pretty good ball. So I'm a little surprised, to be perfectly honest. I'm a little surprised. So, yeah, I mean, I'm still a little surprised. But so the Jacksonville Jaguars had picked 88 and 89. 88 was Caleb Renshaw. Corner out Tulane, the 4.33 speed really solidified his stock position. He's a little raw. May have to help out on special teams right away. And the other pick is Wyatt Millam, guard out of West Virginia. I am familiar with this pick. I actually would not be surprised. This may end up being a day 1 starter. So I like this pick a little more than I like Renshaw. So Wyatt Tillman, guard out of West Virginia. This may be a day 1 starter. Maybe a day 1 starter for Jacksonville. So kind of like that pick. Yeah, I mean, they here's the thing though. There's holes on this Green Bay team, and I mean, you addressed it at tackle. I get that, but I mean, you had corner. I would go with another safety. Yeah. Renshaw, I'm so on, but Malum, that's probably a day 1 starter. Now he played tackle at West Virginia. It could be a day 1 starter at guard. If he's a day 1 starter at tackle, then this is a home run of a pick. But I like this pick a lot more. I like Renshaw. Jacksonville, some solid players, but I mean, it all depends. Can Travis Hunter be the guy? Because you gave up quite a bit to Cleveland, quite a bit for Cleveland. Yeah, I mean, but hey, listen, I mean, this is a guy who got to do a lot of things that most people wouldn't. Got to go in the NFL locker rooms. I was looking at because my neighbor got Tesla. I was looking at Teslas. Those Tesla trucks are not cheap. He's got, I think, 2 of them. So I mean, he's doing well. Yeah, I mean, I don't get the surplus of receivers. I really, really just don't get it. I'm looking at these teams here: Baltimore, Seattle, New Orleans, Cleveland, New England, Philly, Minnesota, Vegas, San Francisco, Atlanta, Houston, except for Vegas, who has a pair of back-to-back picks. That's the only team I can think of, unless Cleveland takes Sanders. We could be looking at round 4. So. I have no words to describe why Sanders isn't picked by now. I can see a run on no line here. I could too, Perry. Jack Sawyer, I think, still on the board. Did I miss Jack Sawyer? He's a guy I thought that would go second. Did I miss Jack Sawyer? Yeah, I mean, Cleveland at 94 makes a lot of sense. Did I miss Jack Sawyer? I'm going to double check here because no, Jack Sawyer's still on the board. Wait a minute. Okay, so the tool I'm using, all right, so I apologize. I had some technical difficulties here, so I apologize. Sorry about that, guys. Bear with me here. Everything kind of just shut down on my computer. Bear with me. Just one moment here. Could the Browns go Milroe over Sanders? Absolutely, they could. 100%. All right, so I apologize. My screens all went down. So let me see here. I'm going to go live, make sure I mute it. So I'm not in trouble by YouTube. So I apologize for the inconvenience. Everything just went dead for a second. So I may have to upgrade in computers. We'll see what happens. But the Rams are up. Cleveland at 95 could do it. Dan, I got that prank call. He said he sent it to me, but Jeff, if you want to, you can send it to me too, man. Hopefully you have me. The Rams, this is a good pick for the Rams. Josiah Stewart out of Michigan. Undersized, wildly productive, tough, strong, just had another inch or two on his height, then he may have been first round pick. This is a good pick for the Rams. Really good pick for the Rams. I'm going to call him an outside linebacker. They're calling him edge, but I'm sick of doing that. So I really like this pick. Really like what the Rams have done. You get Ferguson in round 2, could be a day 1 starter. This guy will not be a starter, but he's going to contribute. And he, at the end of the 3rd round, that's a good one. Could be an absolute steal. Yeah, you're right. Quinn Ewers might fit the Browns better. That's not a lie. I like Quinn Ewers quite a bit. I actually thought Quinn Ewers would be gone right around now, but considering you have Milroe and Sanders on the board, but we're going to find out. Yeah, but I mean, at 4 in the 4th round, why not? The Ravens pick Emory Jones Jr. They're calling him a guard, but he played right tackle at LSU. A lot of starting experience. This is a really, really good pick. I mean, this is a really good pick here. This is another guy that could be a day one starter. This is just a fantastic pick. I absolutely love this. This is a guy who could be a day one starter. So Garrett Nessmeyer. So here's the deal. You have Arch Manning, Drew Allar, I believe that's how it is, out of Penn State. Nessmeyer from LSU. I'm not convinced he's a first round pick. The kid who just transferred from Tennessee to UCLA. Some people love his potential. I see more of a runner. There's a lot of picks that are going to be available. Next year is a good quarterback draft. I am so sorry about that. When Philly takes Sanders, that's unlikely but possible. Unlikely but possible. I think Cleveland at 94 makes a lot of sense, to be perfectly honest. I think Cleveland 94 makes a lot of sense. This is Sean Alexander. For those of you who don't know, this is a really, really, really good running back. Green Bay, I mean, round 4, why not? I mean, Sanders right here is good value. Sanders right here is good value. Wow. I'm floored. Seattle just drafted Jalen Milroe, quarterback out of Alabama. I don't know what to say. Jalen Milroe, quarterback out of Alabama, goes to Seattle. I am floored. I really don't know. I really don't know what to say. I'm going to give it a good grade, to be honest, but I'm floored because it's not the first time Seattle has signed a free agent quarterback and then turned around and said, hey, we're going to go with a rookie running quarterback. They did that with Russell Wilson. I'm floored though, man. I'm really floored. There was talk about Sam Howell being trade bait. Wow. I mean, he's on a 3-year deal. So, I mean, to be honest, this is one of those deals where Milroe could be used in a sub package. 2-point conversion. If they don't ban the tush push, they could do that. You could use him as a wildcat quarterback. Matt Flynn, Russell Wilson. So I want to tell you something. Under Pete Carroll might have been the only head coach in the National Football League that would have given Russell Wilson a chance over a high-priced free agent. But are you sure Sam Darnold? Nobody knows this. That's the whole thing, Jeff. Nobody knows if Sam Darnold's going to be good. I actually thought he could have made more money going somewhere else. I didn't think this was a great position because you have problems with the offensive line. When they signed him, they still had their this really good receiving core, but now you're missing 2 of your main guys. Jackson Smith and Jigba, I think, could be a star, but it's hard to say. Matt, yeah, you guys remember this. Ed, yeah, I know. Four trades in round one. 4 trades in round one. Yeah. God, Ed, I'm sorry, man, because I've been meaning. I don't want to do this on YouTube. I was hoping I could talk to you about some things off your head. Hopefully I'm off for the next couple of days here. I'll try to get a hold of you and find out what's going on. I don't know, man. I don't know. Could the Saints go wide receiver or O-line here? I mean, they've already gone O-line before, but I'm glad you're here, Ed, man. I've missed you. God, there's so many things I'd love to talk to you about. I just don't want to do it here. I want to bounce some things off your head here in the near future, very near future. So you're one of the few people I can talk to this particular situation about. So he doesn't have to start right away. He'll pay in sub packages. The Saints drafted a safety, Jonas Sanker, out of Virginia. Not overly familiar with them. Good size speed combo. Since they signed Justin Reed, I'm thinking it's more of a backup special teams type player, but not a bad pick. Not a bad pick. Just not a bad pick. A little surprised because they signed Justin Reed. The Honey Badger's still on the roster. But if they want to, use a 3 safety set, then it's a solid pick. We'll have to see how they use them. I'm going to give them a decent grade, but I'm not overly high on I like the player, just don't like the fit. So, but yeah, I think that what you're going to see is him used in sub packages. I don't even think he's going to be the backup. To be perfectly honest with you, I think he'll be used in sub packages until he learns the basics. You have a new offensive coordinator there in Seattle. That's why I'm not super excited about it. So, what's the point of drafting a safety when they could just sign Mike Edwards or another safety from Kansas City? It's kind of weird because the Honey Badgers on the roster, they just signed Justin Reed, and I like the player. I'm just I don't get it. I mean, I know a lot of teams are trying to play like a 3 safety set, but I mean, maybe that's it. I'm not 100% sure, but I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I mean, they were just showing the other picks. So, they went with Kelvin Banks and it was kind of a reach, but I still like it. Tyler Shuck is a lot of fun, but I'm not sure. Brockton, again, another reach, loaded at defensive tackle. And I mean, what they needed help was an edge rusher. So, yeah, but they'll probably sign Mike Edwards. I'm actually kind of glad to have Mike Edwards back. So, but I want him to be our 3rd safety. Jaden Hicks, I think, is going to be a star. Jaden Hicks, I think, is going to be a star. I love that guy. I'm not really sure. But you got a brand new offensive coordinator. Under Pete Carroll, they didn't care. Everybody got a chance. That's not normally how teams work. So is he going to get a chance, or are they going to use them in sub packages? I think it's going to be one or the other. I like both players. Norman Lott, I thought was kind of a reach. He's undersized, but he'll be a pass rusher. Not a guy I think is going to be a full-time defensive tackle. Jalot, I really like. The only thing that bothers me about him is that does this mean FAU is just a complete bust? They could be playing hardball with Pickens. Is Montague not a long-term option? I thought defensive end, the Chiefs were pretty loaded, but I do like this guy a lot. He reminds me a lot of George Karlaftis. He really does. He's same type of player. Karlaftis maybe a little more athletic, but Jalot's a guy I really like. Really like. Okay, so I'm having an issue here with Instagram. Bear with me. I'm messing around with Instagram, and Dylan Gabriel is really the pick. All right, so I'm messing around here trying to get this on Instagram. I wonder if anybody's watching this on Instagram, to be honest. But Dylan Gabriel's the pick for the Browns. Wow. I was not a fan of FAU at all. Dylan Gabriel goes before Shadir Sanders. I am floored. But if he's going to go to a team, this is the team that the system that they're going to run. I'm really kind of liking this. I'm going to give it a better grade than I should because I'm going to give it a better grade than I should because this is a guy that would what they want to run, what they want to do in Cleveland fits Dylan Gabriel to a T. So I'm going to give him a better grade. So. Jeff doesn't like it. I do. Yeah, they love former Chiefs. They really do. FAU finally got some sacks. His run D looks better. I think it means more Karlaftis might slip inside a bit and prepare Amani. Yeah, I mean all these things, but I think it's more just FAU just hasn't panned out. I mean he's a first round pick, and you don't draft somebody in the first round just to say, okay, well, hopefully you can start getting some sacks. So, you're not a fan either. Who is this guy, Dan? Are you talking? FAU. FAU is as the Chiefs. It was the Chiefs' 32nd pick in the draft 2 years ago. He's a local kid. Went to Lee Summit, which doesn't mean anything new. It's a suburb of Kansas City. The school he went to is like 2 miles from my dad. And he hasn't been able to crack the starting lineup in a couple of years. I wanted Keon White. Yeah. You probably, that's FAU is this dude. So here's the thing. Dylan Gabriel, I was thinking late third, early. This is a great pick by the Patriots, by the way. Jared Wilson, center out of Georgia. This is a great pick. This is about where Dylan Gabriel I thought would go. And for what Cleveland wants to do offensively, it's a really good fit. I really like it. I know you don't, but for those of you who don't know, Dylan Gabriel, just a ton of production, just undersized. like 5'10", 205, athletic, noodle arm, but extremely accurate. Won a bunch of games at Oregon last year. So, yeah, there's a good chance you may have gotten a future. And we have another trade here. Atlanta making all sorts of moves. Atlanta's going to trade back in. He went to Lee Summit. There was a guy, Isaiah Folkesley, out of Notre Dame, who I liked a lot better, but he went to the Saints and's done almost nothing. There was Isaiah Folkesley. There's a few other players I liked a lot more than FAU, but I'll be honest with you, Jeff. I think come preseason, you're really going to be impressed. I think Dylan Gabriel is going to fit this offense like a hand in the glove. I think you're going to be really happy. I have no idea what the trade compensation is, but Atlanta already gave up quite a bit to the Rams earlier. Oh, this is a great pick. Xavier Watts, safety out of Notre Dame. This is a great pick. I should have guessed that this is what you're trading up for. Xavier Watts, this is a phenomenal pick. Really good pick. I'm giving this a really good grade. This is just a great pick. This guy could be a day one starter. Ball hawk, probably they're showing him in clips playing man. Probably not going to be able to do that in the NFL. But this is a really, really good pick. 6 interceptions last year. Leader. This is really, really good. Now, keep in mind, I don't think that they're going to not Jesse Bates, but the other guy from Denver. Drawing a blank on this guy. And there you have another trade. Houston's coming back in. I have no idea what the trade compensation is for either one of these guys. Yeah. The thing is, I didn't think he was much of a project. I really didn't think he was that much of a project. I thought he was going to be a pretty decent player, but I just didn't really like it. So, but Xavier Watts, good job by really good job by the Falcons. This is going to be a good pick. And so the Texans, I think you're ahead of me here. Okay, so the Texans traded up and they got Jalen Smith, corner out of USC. I'll be honest, I'm a little confused by this. I actually thought corner was one position that they were pretty strong on. I'm not 100% sure about them trading up for this guy, but not a bad player. I mean, don't get me wrong. It just this was one position I kind of would have gone in another direction. So I can't really get on board with it. I mean, if you're Houston, I'm going to go through here. Would you draft 2 Iowa State receivers, a corner? Let me go back here. Houston, Iowa State wide receiver. Ursley, that I like that pick. He gave up quite a bit, but keep in mind, I thought you did a good job getting some picks from the Giants. And then you go back, another Iowa State receiver and a nickel corner. I'm a little confused. So that's it. Yeah, Justin Simmons. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, Justin Simmons. Unfortunately, no. Keys. Kansas City Coastal. Yeah, they wanted to get a local kid, and that's why they drafted him. Really, 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 really didn't like it. Bear with me one moment. Sorry, I kicked a watch I had charging. So, yeah, they wanted to get a local kid. Wasn't real high on him, and kind of proved me right. There are several players I like better. Isaiah Foxley was the number one guy, but he hasn't really panned out. So I'm not mad we took Dylan Gabriel. It's where we took him. We need safety help and we need receiver help. I get that. I think adding to the quarterback position at this point in the draft is pretty solid. I would have been happier with Sanders, but I do get that you do need receiver help and you also need safety help. I'll tell you this right now, Xavier Watts, I kind of forgot about him. That would have been a really, really, really good pick. That would have been a really good pick. Xavier Watts. I liked him a lot more than Sanker out of Virginia. So, but Winston, who Tennessee took, that was also another really good pick. He's just coming off an injury. So, the Raiders here, I would not be surprised if one of these two picks is Dylan Sampson, running back out of Tennessee. Really good player, just a little undersized. The Raiders, of course, took Ashton Gentry. They've made some really, really, really good moves. I am really impressed with what they've done in the draft. Jack Beach, second-round pick, I'm okay on. Darren Porter out of Iowa State, also just okay on. But you have two picks right here. So, Dan, can the coach, Brian's coach, develop Dalen G? You talking to receiver or are you talking to the quarterback? Dylan Gabriel, absolutely. So Kevin Stefanski is really good at developing quarterbacks. So I really think that this is pretty solid. So yeah. And he's the type of guy I think that you can really work with. Yeah, Cedric Tillman, they do need a receiver. You are right. I was positive they were going to take one. So we're going to have to find out what they do. But keep in mind, there's going to be somebody available after June 1st. That's going to be a salary cap issue. Green Bay, after drafting two, they could easily trade one for next year. So that's kind of what I'd be looking at for right now. So I'm starting to lose my voice. Yeah, I'm starting to lose my voice, but yeah, I guess they're going to look at receiver elsewhere. But yeah, they I'm not sure exactly when the Browns pick next, but receiver might be something they would really need to consider. So the first of their two picks is going to be guard Caleb Rogers out of Texas Tech. Versatility, so it's a good thing. Solid pick, not great, but solid. Yeah, they can trade the Texans or Packers for wide receivers. Yeah. With Caleb Rogers, started a lot of games, can play all over the offensive line. It's solid. Not sure he's a starting caliber player. Keep in mind, you already drafted. I'm positive they drafted a offensive lineman. Or am I just making stuff up? I was positive Raiders. No, they did not. So, no, they did not. So, I have no idea. All I kept on hearing was that he did not interview well. NFL teams were really put off by him. This is a good pick, by the way. Charles Grant, tackle out of William and Mary. There were some early mock drafts about him going late first. Charles Grant, a small school guy, but this is a really, really good pickup at the bottom of the third round. A small school guy. May take some time to develop. I like this pick significantly more than I do Caleb Rogers. So this is Charles Grant. This is going to be a. I would not be surprised if Charles Grant becomes a day one starter on the right side. So it's interesting draft here by Pete Carroll, running back, a receiver, a corner, corner and receiver, both bigger guys, addressing the offensive line, smart. I really like what the Raiders are doing. Just think Mike Tomlin could use a quarterback and made it work with Le'Veon Bell and Pickens, and he's just saying he's not worth a day one or two pick at this point. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's very surprising, and Philly and Minnesota probably aren't going to take him. But look at round 4: Tennessee, Jacksonville, New England. I'm sorry, New York, New England, Jacksonville again. They're not going to take them. They're not going to take them. Vegas at the top of round 4 is a possibility. Chicago's unlikely. The Jets is a possibility. Denver's unlikely. Saints is unlikely. Maybe San Francisco. Carolina's probably not going to happen. So, but yeah. Fixing the O-line, I really like it. I like what the Raiders did in this draft. Will Howard is another guy. I thought this would be around where he goes. He did have a very good championship run. I like Will Howard. I was thinking third, fourth round, somewhere like that. But yeah. I honestly think I would have gone Will Howard instead of Dylan Gabriel. Will Howard does have a big arm. He's a big dude. Had a really good championship run. I think the one thing about Will Howard, I would say its negatives is there a better wide receiver core than Ohio State's? So, well, it's kind of funny because so what happened was Richard Sherman was a wide receiver, and they moved him over to the defensive side of the ball. And he was public. He said that Jim Harbaugh sabotaged his career. Apparently, Jim Harbaugh didn't have good things to say about him when he was the head coach at Stanford and Sherman played there. But I remember he was a 5th round pick, and Pete Carroll just – I from jumps has said, hey, you can start. And one thing about Pete Carroll, he's always liked big receivers. He's always liked big corners. And that's what he's doing. So I like what they're doing. I really like what they're doing. Miami. I'm not 100% sure. Let's take a look here. By the way, I'm not sure this is updated. I'm not 100% sure, but if it's updated, but before the draft started, they had 2 in round 4 and 2 in round 5. So I think they do. From what I know, Will Howard has a good arm strength. It was just I think it was just the opposite. But Dylan Gabriel is hyper accurate, but he has no arm strength. So, San Francisco at pick 100 takes Upton Stout, corner out of Western Kentucky. Interesting player, has some special teams ability. Not really fit that bigger corner that I was kind of expecting, but doesn't really fit what they want to do, but not a bad pick. Probably start off in sub packages. He'll play some special teams, has some nice run after the catch ability. I'll be honest, it's not the player, it's more just the fit that I'm not really a fan of. I was really expecting San Francisco to go after bigger, more physical players, but it looks like defensively, except for the Collins, they're going smaller and faster, so it's a little weird. But we'll see what happens. But San Francisco's had an interesting draft. I don't hate it. Mikael Williams, I thought was really, really good. And we have a trade here for Denver. Wow. So far, Baltimore, Emory Jones is a good pick. You could take an Emory Jones in the second round, and that would have been a good pick. And then you get Mike Green at the bottom of round 2. That's just a home run. I think Baltimore easily won day 2. I don't think it's really a competition. Baltimore, if you want to tell me Pittsburgh, because they get DK Metcalf and Caleb Johnson, I can't argue that. Denver trades up. They get Savon Jones out of LSU. Not a bad pick, a bigger edge rush guy. They're calling him an edge. He's really a guy that may have to kick in inside. Not a bad pick. I don't love it, but it's not a bad pick. It's going to get a good grade from me because I like the player, but I'm not 100% sure he's going to really fit in. I'm going to give him a good grade here, but I'm going to have to look at the trade compensation. But my day 2 winner, Baltimore, hands down. Really like what they do. Yeah, it seems, they're going big on the defensive line, which they haven't done in the past, and then they're going small in the back end. So, but Baltimore day 1, day 2 winner, I think by far. Other teams, I have to go over all the trades, but I like what Carolina did. I like what Cleveland did. Dallas getting Ravel in the 3rd round, I really like quite a bit. That's another team. Buffalo getting Landon Jackson, I kind of like that. So, but my winner has to be. And I've seen him go late 3rd. It doesn't surprise me he fell out of round 3, but he's a guy I really like. I would be very happy if he comes to Kansas City. So the final pick here is in Minnesota's going to get the final pick of the draft here, and they're yelling Skull in Green Bay, which is pretty awesome. So with the 102nd pick, the final pick, this is interesting. Tay Felton, wide receiver out of Maryland. Didn't see wide receiver as a position of need, but this is good value here. Really good value. So this is a solid pick. All right. So what I'm going to do is tonight and tomorrow, I'm going to go over every single trade. And I'm going to use the Jimmy Johnson chart and analyze the trades, and I give the trades letter grades. So I take every single pick that I have. If it's attached to a trade, then I look at the draft grade. Then I look at the letter grade. I try to give I'm going to try to have one clear winner, one clear loser, and then with the other 30 teams, I try to divvy them up so that there's a few spots. I try to do a bell curve where like there's 1A and then 3A, A minus, 3B plus, 3B, 3B minus, but it never really works out that way. I usually have a log jam between, B, B minus, and C plus. But I try really hard to get teams with different grades, and I try not to give everybody A's and B's. Most of my grades are A's and B's. I have a few C's. I have a C minus / D plus for one pick in particular. I have a question mark because I kind of want to look at some things, but excuse me. But I will be live Monday. I'll be back Monday. I'll have my draft grades kind of all in order. I'm going to spend tonight, tomorrow, and the next day going over my draft grades. Then after that, I'm going to Monday it'll be 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. I'll have my final draft grades out. And of course, I'm going to watch. I won't be live, but I'll watch the draft. It's going to be really hard because I'm going to not watch social media until I'm not going to watch social media till the draft is over and I give my final grades and I go live. So it'll be Monday. So yeah, I mean, dude, the NFC North's brutal, man. The NFC North's brutal. I believe you're a Lions fan. Hey, I feel better about the Dylan Gabriel pick because Kevin handpicked him. Yeah. I kind of figured that. I think Kevin Stefanski, because here's the deal. What he wants to do is they're gonna okay. Last year they said, hey, we gave a lot of draft capital, a lot of money to a quarterback. So, oh, you're the Chargers fan. I'm sorry. Yeah, the AFC West is going to be brutal. So they were going to run the offense that Deshaun Watson's comfortable with. But the problem was the offensive line was just so beat up that you couldn't run that offense. They tried to mix and match, but you can only do so much. Then he got hurt. And honestly, when he got hurt is kind of when Jerry Jeudy started to kind of blow up a little bit because they went back to doing the things that Kevin Stefanski wants to do. What Kevin Stefanski wants to do is a heavy run offense, lots of bootlegs, lots of short passes, high completion offense, and he really just wants to move the chains. He's kind of an old West Coast type of coach. A lot of people don't realize this, but the West Coast offense is based upon running the ball. Originally in the 80s, it was more of a run-based offense than a pass-based offense, but it has a lot to do with rhythm and timing. And these are all things that Dylan Gabriel really excels at. That's why I kind of like the pick. I wouldn't have been mad if they chose Sanders, but Dylan Gabriel over Sanders makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. I completely forgot. Denver's improved. The Raiders had a really good draft, and Kansas City had a good draft too. If Kevin didn't pick Dylan Gabriel, I'd be lower on it, but since he was the one who pulled the trigger on, I'm more happy about it because look what he's done, Flacco. Yeah, And by the way, I mean, he had some good things with Flacco, and that's not a guy that really fits in his offense. I like what Dylan Gabriel brings, but I think when everything's said and done, I think Kenny Pickett's going to be the starter. So, guys, listen, my throat's fried. What do I think of Pacheco? So, came back way too soon when he saw how good Kareem Hunt was playing. He wasn't the same guy. Kansas City doesn't want to give him a long-term deal, so this is a contract year for him. I'm kind of surprised. I do expect Kansas City to draft 1, maybe 2 running backs, but hopefully he comes back healthy. So a couple of mates I'm with for these drafts says he's out. No, he's not out. No, not all. Not all. But him and Kareem Hunt will split carries. They got another guy, Elijah Mitchell, who didn't play last year. And then the Chiefs will draft a running back. I can almost guarantee it. Hey, listen, guys, I'm going to wrap this up. But listen, thank you so much. My throat is fried. I got a lot of work to do. Please come back and join me. Please, please, please come back and join me Monday when I give out my draft grades, because I'm going to give up my draft grades, but I really want to hear from you. I want to hear what you think. How do you like your team's draft? You can always hit me up on social media. You can also email me at dantalksfootball@yahoo.com, or you can drop a comment in this video or any one of my videos. I'll do my best to answer it, but I will be back Monday, 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific with my draft grades. I hope to see you all then. Have a great weekend, and I'll see you back hopefully on Monday.